Good evening, everyone. Or good day, I should say. Good day, everyone. Trying to get out of my whole good evening thing, because I know that some people it's evening, some people it's day. I don't know, I feel like just saying good day would be a better way to go about it. Anyway, good day, everyone. How's everyone doing? Autumn __. I am sorry to hear that it was a bit of a rough day, but I'm glad that things have leveled out and that you're pretty okay. What we like to hear. That is what we like to hear. Man. Ooh, I've had an absolutely fantastic day. There's some things coming down the pike. There's some projects in the works, plural. And yeah, I'm hoping here pretty soon. I don't know how long it's gonna be. It's a secret project. You'll find out eventually. But anyway, I actually took work off to work on this project, and hopefully it'll be a good time once it's all said and done. But that's all I'm gonna say. We probably got another, I don't know. My guess is at least another month before it's ready to be uploaded. Even Sophie says Moonman's working on NFTs. Maybe. I wouldn't touch the stuff. Actually, I really wouldn't. Anything like that, I'm just like, not even a chance. But now that you mention it, no. I'm not smart enough to do NFTs. I'd be that one content creator that did like an NFT or some kind of meme coin, and I would be the one that was the victim of the rug pull, because I would have no idea what was going on, and then I would lose all my money. So yeah, definitely not even gonna try for something like that. But a good guess. Jesse over on YouTube says hello Jesse, welcome to the stream, glad you're here. You feeling a little less tired today? Hopefully. All right, well, we're gonna jump straight into it because we have got a lot we need to work on today. So if you remember from last stream, I almost said last week. Technically Sunday was this week. It just feels like last week. Does anyone else feel like that? Does anyone else feel like Sunday is not necessarily the start of the week? I feel like that's just like the final day of the week. I don't know. Like anytime I think of Sunday, I'm always just like, that is like the last day, and then Monday starts the week. But it's not even just the like, oh, you know, you start work on Monday and so it feels like the start of the week. Like even back when I was a kid, like Saturday and Sunday, that felt like the end of the week. And then Monday's the first of the week. So anyway, that's all technical jargon, mumbo jumbo. For me, yeah. So if you remember from Sunday, so last stream this week, we finally, as far as I can tell, got the mini boss working. Also, let me get that full screened. There we go. What the freak is happening? I feel like this happened last time on Sunday too, where it like unfull screens and then I full screen it and it like blows it up to like this crazy huge size. Anyway, yes, so here we go. Let's go up over here, start a new game, yada yada yada. And then we go find the mini boss, which is in room 4, and we're in room 3. Holy crap, what a stroke of luck. Let's go one room over, and then we're able to just watch. There's gonna be a bug, even though I'm like, if you remember, we got this done last week. There's gonna be a bug. I just know it. Oh, 21. Good luck with that. All right, well, there's a bug. All right, so one of the cards isn't disappearing. That is a bug. Easily fixed, but it is a bug. All right, so we've got a soft hand. So help me. If I draw a 10 value card, there's gotta be a freaking bug here. All right, there's 100% a bug. I know that we went and searched for it last time and we couldn't find it, but there's 100% a bug. There is no way that I draw a 10 value card this often on a soft hand. There's no way. There's absolutely no way. Of course. Anyway, so yeah, so the mini boss should be, for all accounts and purposes, is that the saying? Intents and purposes? It's working. The mini boss should be basically working. So, oh my gosh, I am so bad at Blackjack. This is gonna be a rough game for me. I'm not even gonna be able to beat my own game because I'm just so bad at Blackjack. Yeah, there we go. Anyway, the other thing that I also know is broken is this little bar right here, but that is just because I know how to fix it. It just is gonna take a little bit. So, anyway, there we go. So, yeah. This says a little bit, but it's because I had a nap. I barely slept last night. Ooh, that's really not good. How's the wife and dog? Are they feeling any better? Like, are you feeling sick now? Is that what it is, or is it something else that's keeping you from being able to sleep? I treat Sunday as the weekend. Well, I mean, I do too. Oh, you mean like the weekend? Yeah, like the end of the week. Oh, yeah. Also, yes, Jesse, you bring up a good point. With the luck stat, I am going to eventually implement it to where the higher your luck is, you have a better chance of drawing cards that you would actually want when you're drawing cards. So, you know, so if you have like a super high luck stat and you're sitting there at a 19, the chances of you drawing a 2 versus any other card is like way higher because you're more lucky. So the luck stat will be an absolute lifesaver. It's also going to be an absolute nightmare to implement because you're going to have to do so much balancing to make sure that it's not too OP. But we'll get there. Let's see here. Do we know when the RPG Maker results will come out? Yes. So that is still, I believe, probably about 3 weeks away. 2 to 3 weeks away. Let me check on here really quick. Submissions. Go to the game jam. We've got 21 days. Oh yeah. 3 weeks. But yeah, so 21 more days. We still have a lot of time. So there are currently 719 ratings out of the 277 entries. So, and that doesn't mean that all of them have roughly 2 to 3 ratings, because there are some that just don't. You know, like I'm sure that if I were to click on like, I don't know, this guy, does he have a rating? Come on, computer, you could, there we go. Oh my gosh, he does have 2 ratings. See, there we go. Yeah, so I mean, they will be going through, they're gonna be rating. So right now the rating as a whole is being done by everyone who has submitted. So unfortunately, you can't go in and rate if you weren't a part of the jam and submitted something. But yeah. So it's seems like potentially. Actually, now I wonder, what if I come down here all the way to the bottom? Because I feel like these just keep like getting no ratings. I think it's actually shorting. All right, never mind. I was wrong. I was like, is this actually sorting them by like which one had the most ratings versus which one has the least amount of ratings? If that was the case, I was like, that would kind of suck, because that means the people with the most amount of ratings are going to get the most amount of views. I don't know. Anyway, so yeah, so in 3 weeks we will find out. So when is that? That's like mid-May, mid-May-ish. Oh, like mid to late May actually. Wait, that's the deadline. Yeah. So like mid-May is when we will actually know. Still a ways away. Still got my fingers crossed. Still hopeful, but there are some really good looking games in here. Like, it's actually kind of crazy. Okay, I think it actually like shuffles up every single time. Yeah, some of them I'm actually like, I'm genuinely surprised. Like, I knew that you could make some good stuff with RPG Maker, but some of them I actually look at and I'm like, these look like actual competent games, and I'm like, that is really cool. Like, I don't know, when I hear a month game jam, like even a month, I know it's pretty long for like your average game jam, but I still hear that and I'm like, 1 month to make a whole game? Like, that's crazy. But I mean, you get some of them in here and like they've got full, like they've like replaced so much of the engine. Like, they're using the default engine and using a lot of its built-in stuff, but then they have just like all sorts of other extra stuff that is just not usually inside the engine. Like this one with all the extra lighting, not usually in the engine. That's just a tint screen. I was like, does that have like special lighting? So, and then, you know, this is all very different. Like, this is a whole inventory system, or no, this is like a character. Oh yeah, this is you equipping equipment. Anyway, all of this to say, there's some really good stuff out there. So long as I am not last place, that is still my goal. As long as I'm not last, I'll be happy. And if I am, I'll get over it. I'll be sad. I might drink another Seagram, but I'll get over it. Let's see here. Devious Oatmeal says, Europe has Sunday as the last day of the week, according to the Googles. That's true. I knew there were a couple spots in the world that do have their calendar ends on Sunday. I just feel like that makes the most sense. I feel like Sunday should be the last day of the week. Like, if it's considered the weekend, like, what? Why do we do it this way? Who freaking knows? But it is what it is. It is what it is. And let's see here. Angel says hello. Hello, Angel. Welcome back to the stream. Glad you're here. Pull up a chair. Sit on down. Come on in, because we're chatting and having a good time. And I promise we're going to do some dev work tonight. Jesse says, what people pull off in a month is insane, but a lot of times it comes down to, I've done this so many times, I'm masked. I'm assuming master. Like, I made a Raycast Wolfenstein with like Wolfenstein-like minigame in 9 days for the last jam. That is really impressive, actually. I know that I need to learn something other than just RPG Maker, because for me, I would absolutely love to make a, not necessarily Wolfenstein, not quite that far back, but I would love to make a first-person 3D like arcade shooter type game that has like, you know, PlayStation 1 type graphics, like the low poly, low texture, low resolution kind of stuff. And I think it would be a lot of fun. I know there's a lot of those out there right now, but yeah, I think it'd be a blast, which is why I actually started learning, if anyone's ever heard of RPG in a Box. I started trying to learn that because they do actually offer allowing you to do, there we go. They do allow you to actually make, like, the dude actually made a Doom clone inside of his engine. And I was like, that's pretty cool. That is really cool. And yeah, but it's a little bit more involved than I was expecting. And so I just kind of gave up. Good guy anyway. Good guy. Angel says, very inviting. I try to be. I try to be as welcoming and as inviting as possible to everyone. Just says, I don't think I'll do one that short anytime. Yeah, that is pretty short. I feel like unless you're doing something, I don't know, like if you're making something very casual, like just some kind of like casual mobile game, maybe that's enough time. Because like I've made a couple little projects, like I made like a little tic-tac-toe game in like 4 days. I mean, like a few years ago, I got COVID once, and so I quarantined away from my wife and like basically newborn baby. And so I was like I should probably not get you or the baby sick. And so I quarantined in my room for like 4 or 5 days, however long it was. And yeah, in that time, I just built like a little mobile mini game of like tic-tac-toe. And like, you know, I was like, this is the perfect amount of time to like add enough charm and flair and making the graphics and all that fun stuff. Like it didn't feel stressful and it was a good time. So I feel like as long as you have that kind of mindset where you're just like, I'm gonna make something small and simple, and we all know how well that goes, especially around here when you're in your mind thinking small and simple. Yeah. Anyway, Jesse says, Mass was supposed to be fast. Oh, gotcha. So wait, so I read it as what people pull off in a month is insane, but a lot of the time it comes down. Wait, where the freak was masked? Now I don't even remember. Short, masked. Oh well, we're good. Yeah, I'll move toward that. This was my first steps. That is fair. All right. Well, let's jump into it. Let us get going. So first thing we want to do is resolve. I think really it's just that one last bug of the cards not disappearing. All right, the fans on my computer started going crazy for a little bit, and I just had to check and make sure. The water pump on my CPU cooler just goes out every now and then, and I have to punch it to get it to start working again. It's the worst thing in the world. Never buying a pre-built computer ever again. It is bad. It's bad. But usually one good punch, and it's good for another 24 or so hours. So, you know, should probably just take it off, put like a Noctua cooler on there and call it good, but oh well. Okay. Did I hear punch it? Yes, I actually do punch my CPU cooler. Like the yeah, because like, so on my computer I have it's water cooled, right? So the CPU is water cooled, and just every now and then just the pump won't turn on. Luckily there's a light on it, and so if the light's not on, I know the pump's not on, and so I literally would just go down there and I will punch it, and the light turns on, it starts pumping away, and my fans will go from like 100% and then they'll drop back down to, you know, 20-30%. So it gets the job done, and that's what I care about. So I should probably actually look into what the actual problem is, but I've like taken it out, I've checked all the cables, I've reseated it like multiple times, and it just doesn't change anything. So that's why I'm like, I probably just need a new pump or something like that, or just a whole new CPU cooler in general. But for now, I leave the side of my case off, and anytime it just doesn't turn on, I just give it a good old punch, and CPU cooler is good to go. That's how I live my life. How do you live yours? Punching a water cooler is scary AF. It really is. It is a little scary, but I don't know. Again, it gets the job done. And as Jesse says, that's proper IT right there. Exactly. That is how I live my life. I figure if I am not living my life as I would a true IT professional 24/7, what am I even doing with my life? Zarla says, Hail, Zarla. Welcome to the stream. Percussive maintenance. Exactly. That's all it is. It's just some good old-fashioned percussive maintenance. The CPU pump, water cooler, the water cooler pump just doesn't turn on, and so just a nice, and there we go. Oh, you just said hi. It looked like hail from here. So I was like, wow, we're bringing it back to the 12th century, aren't we? Hail, Lazarla. Welcome to the stream. I'm glad you're here. Well, hi to you too. Glad you're here. How's your week going? As he says, I used to work the IT desk for my college. The copier in the lobby often needed the punch. You'd be surprised at how often that actually fixes things. It's shocking and kind of scary, honestly. How just a good punch. I feel like without context, this could sound really bad. Computers. Punching a computer can sometimes actually fix things. That is the only punching I will condone. Not saying punching will fix everything else. Just computers. Inanimate, soulless objects. You can punch. They're not working. You can punch. Anything else, I will not. You do not have the stamp of approval from Moonman to punch anything else. I don't want to hear from some judge saying, you know, hey, this person in this case came up to me and was like, Your Honor, Moonman said that if I punch something that's not working, it will work. So, computers, inanimate objects, those are okay to punch. Anything or anyone else, don't punch. Oh no, Lazarla, what did you say? What did you say that got deleted? I felt like you must have either been typing a lot, or whatever you said must have been deleted. What happened? What did Twitch flag as inappropriate? Moonman told me to punch my guinea pig. No. I didn't say anything like that. I said nothing of the sort. Absolutely not. Do not punch your guinea pigs. I feel like of all the animals to punch, a guinea pig would be one of the last you would want to punch. Unless, of course, there's just poops and pees everywhere. As long as you take care of your guinea pig, I feel like they don't do that, though. We babysat a hamster once when I was a kid, and he had like this little hamster ball, because they were like, oh, just put him in his ball and he can like run around places. And we're like, all right, cool. Yeah, he would just like poop and pee in his ball and then run around, and it would still just get everywhere. And we're like, thanks, guys. So glad that this ball is this way. Yeah, I did not like that thing. It was at that moment I was like, you know what? For me, personally, no rodent-sized animals ever. I just can't do it. Can't do it. Autumn__ says, punching a person while in IT will also get them to stop talking about the subject, which basically means there's no problem. That's true. In IT, if you stop hearing about the problem, it must be resolved. Whether it is or not. Squeaky wheel definitely gets the grease when it comes to IT problems. Yeah. I have that quite often, actually, at work, where someone will say something, I'll be busy somewhere else, I will be like, and then, you know, a few hours later, I'll be like, oh, is this still an issue? They won't say anything for like a day or so, and I'm like, I guess it's not a problem anymore. And then they'll come back and be like, why haven't you fixed this? And I'm like, why didn't you answer my clarifying question? Like, I need answers. I need information if I'm going to help you with this. Okay, so basically the bug is it's not getting rid of the card when the monster has to draw too many cards. But I don't know why that would be the case, because... So 38, 39, 40, 41, 42. Zyla says, bruh, you said hail unironically. I didn't say it. I said it because I was I thought. Wait, what? I'm not risking that again for real. Can you paraphrase what you said that got blocked, that didn't go through? As far as hail though, I said it because I thought. Don't you pin this on me? No. I thought you said hail, and so I said hail. But all right. Let's pin this half on you, half on my bad eyes. That's got to be it. You know what? I think this is just an excuse for I need a bigger monitor. Yeah. I think that's what it's. I think that's what we got to do. That is what we've got to do. Okay, so we got 38, 39, 40, 41, 42. So we got 38 here. 39. 40. 41. And 42. Okay. So that should be getting rid of all of those cards. So then what about over here? 38, 39, 40, 41, 42. Why? I do not understand. Fairwinkling says, Hail, have you joined Hydra? Close. No. Lazarla came in here being all like, Hail. And so I reciprocated and said, Hail. But apparently it was Hi, H-A-I with an exclamation mark. And so I thought it was Hail. I thought we were bringing things back to like the 12th century. But you like how I reused that joke? Moonman misread my cute greeting. I blame you. All right. I will take 99% of the blame. And then 1% on my not big enough monitor. So, there we go. It's settled. I need a bigger monitor. That's all there is to it. Anyway, Fairwinkling. Hail, how's it going? Welcome to the stream. Should that be another thing? A new thing? Is it gonna be a new emote or something like that? Hail? No, we already have 07. We can't do that. We'll figure something out. We will figure something out. Just says guinea pigs don't usually make a big mess, but also they are way bigger than a hamster. That is true. That is true. My roommate's couple guinea pigs, they were super cute, but yeah, way bigger than the hamster that I remember. So, yeah. They are kind of fun though. When I'm not the one taking care of them, they are kind of fun. I'm not good at taking care of little animals. I'm not good at taking care of animals in general. We never had animals growing up. We had fish. And they were like my dad's like project. So like we never did anything with like, I mean, not that you can do anything with a fish. It's a fish. So, you know. I need to be game deving, but Oblivion remaster. Don't remind me. Don't remind me. I could not blame you if you were to just be playing Oblivion remaster right now. I would not blame you at all. Zero blames in the slightest. I do need to play that. Eventually I will play it. I've actually kind of been thinking, what if we were to do like an every other Thursday stream or something like that? We play something. I think it'd be kind of fun. Whether it's like a single player game or maybe we all jump on some kind of multiplayer game. I think it'd be kind of fun. Just like 2 times a month, like every other Thursday or something like that. We all just jump on, play some games together. I think it'd be a good time. I don't know what we would play. We'd probably have to take a little bit of a poll, just kind of see what people are feeling. I don't know. I do not know. Anyway, okay, let's see. When is it that this freaking thing is not actually clearing the card? Autumn__ says, yo, that sounds sick. I do think it would actually be kind of fun. I think it would be a kind of good time. My wife was actually talking to me about this like a week or two ago. She was like, well, what if we play a game together like once every other week or something like that? And I was like, that would be fun. And then she kind of got addicted to Final Fantasy 14. So she's been playing that a lot. I am not a huge Final Fantasy 14. I love Final Fantasy. Don't get me wrong. I absolutely love Final Fantasy. That was my game growing up. Like that is what I played. Anytime I had a chance to play a game, it was Final Fantasy. But MMOs, I have a hard time with MMOs. And so, yeah, so I haven't gotten super into it, but she's been very into it. So haven't really talked to her much since we kind of talked about that, but we may even get Lady Moon to play as well. Okay, so it draws the cards. We attack. Autumn__ says, invest in Jackbox. Oh boy. Well, let me tell you. Let me tell you. Let me get this pulled up here. Jackbox. We've got the Party Pack 1 and 2, and we've got a whole bunch of other Don't Know Jack sports. More Don't Know Jack. I need to get some of the newer packs. I don't know. I'm just kind of like with Jackbox 1 and 2, I'm like, I love all of these, and I love. Oh my gosh. Gosh dang it. There we go. Now you can see my stuff. Yeah, like I love all the Jackbox 1 games. Okay, I don't know if I can say all of them. Drawful's great. Fibbage is good. I don't know if I remember Lice Water or Word Spud. But then Jackbox 2, it's like Bidiots is great. Quiplash is amazing. Fibbage 2, Earwax. But yeah, I don't know. Know some fun, cheap multiplayer games. And that's the other thing is like trying to find enough games that like people own would maybe be a good way to go as well. Or something, yeah, like Jackbox party games. I feel like that could be a lot of fun as well. Yeah, we'll get there. We'll figure it out. We will figure that out. 15 was my first Final Fantasy, and then I played 14 and then 16. Not too bad. Not too bad. I have actually never played 15 or 16. I don't know. I kind of fell off after 10-2. That was kind of like the last one that I actually played. I don't know. The vibe just kind of shifted. You know, they lost Nobuo Uematsu for music. I want to say that like, I don't know if they've really brought back any of the other like directors from the other games as well. So I don't know what it is. Like I can't put my finger on it, you know, because like as a kid, I always would have loved to have some huge open world, great looking Final Fantasy game. And now that's what they are. I don't know. I guess it's also probably that I don't have a whole lot of time to play games, so maybe that's why I also haven't played them. Wait. I have played 13. I played 13 for a few hours. And I was like, it's just not. It's not. Let's see, just says, I'm glad my wife stopped with the fish. We had so many fish tanks for a while. Yeah, fish, once you have more than like one fish tank, it gets too much. And depending on the size of the fish tank too. Like, no joke. The fish tank that my dad had, so he got it from a friend. It was probably about, I don't know, 6 feet wide. It was about 6 feet wide, about maybe 2 feet deep, and about, I don't know, 4 feet tall. Like this thing was like literal hundreds, if not in the thousands of gallons of water, like massive, huge fish tank. But again, like he had a friend that had this huge fish tank and a whole bunch of fish. And he was like, I don't want it anymore. And my dad's like, I'll take it. And he was like, cool, it's yours for free. Just gave him this huge fish tank. And it had a lot of really cool fish in it for a couple of years. You know, it had like this, it had this fish that like changed colors depending on its mood. Had a whole bunch of like catfish, a couple little like mini sharks. Those were kind of cool. Yeah, they were all just like freshwater fish. They weren't saltwater fish by any means, like nothing that crazy. But yeah. And then just over time, they all just kind of slowly died. And then it got to the point where we're just like, well, we can go buy a bunch of really cheap fish and throw them in this enormous tank. Or my dad was just like, I'm just going to give it to someone else. So he did. We never saw it again. I was very happy when that day came. Cleaning that tank, oh, you know, you gotta empty it every now and then and scrub it clean. And so when you're emptying thousands of gallons of water, I honestly don't even know how many gallons it was, but a lot. It was a lot of water. And yeah, it was literally, you were emptying it by the bucket. Because we didn't really have a pump to get the water out. And so you just like go in there with like a bucket, get like a gallon of water, carry it to the sink, pour it in the sink, go back, get a bucket of water, go back, pour it in the sink. It was a lot. It was a lot. And then you get it down to like maybe, 6 inches of water left. So there was like barely enough water for the fish to be like alive. And then you'd be going through with like a scraper, scraping the glass. And it was not fun. And this was like in every like quarter thing. Terrible, terrible stuff. Anyway, let's see here. If everything says 15 and 16 are both action combat. And then of course 14 is an MMO. I've started 7 and 10, so I'm not completely inexperienced with the turn-based games. Yeah, and it's, they're great games. Like, I do really like them. And I like, and this is why I literally cannot put my finger on it. Because like, sometimes I'm like, oh, well, like, I don't know, I'm not a fan of like the futuristic kind of techie stuff that they throw into a lot of them now. And then I sit here and think about it, I'm like, okay, Final Fantasy VIII had cars and like space travel and stuff like this. So it's like, okay, and I loved that game. So I'm like, okay, so it's not the futuristic techie stuff. And it's like, well, maybe it was like the step into 3D, but I'm like, no, I loved 7, 8, 9, 10. Like those were all amazing games. So I don't know. I don't know. It's hard to put my finger on exactly what it was that I'm just like, eh. So, oh well. Oh well. Okay, so there was definitely also another weird bug that happened that I did not see before. And I'm getting very nervous. I do not want to accidentally spring a leak with bugs. Do not at all. But it seemed like it almost seemed like it drew cards. Mini boss bust, turn on MB bust. What if we do MB bust, turn on, and then we exit event processing? Where's that thing? Exit event processing. Mini boss wins. I don't know. Maybe. Could be something. Because I noticed that it was drawing cards, and it busted, and then while I was starting to attack, it then drew another card. Very bizarre stuff. I do not understand what that would have been. But I'm also not sure where it is that it's not actually disposing of card. It seems like card 4 is the one that it's not disposing of. So, if we stand, so we got 6, 14, 24, those 2 cards. Okay, so what the? So it would have been when I attacked. Because I attacked here, comes into this place, gets stuck in the loop. Gets stuck in here. And then if the monster card total is greater than 21, wait for 30 frames, break the loop. Okay. Oh my
Axel _ Benedict Jed 5 bits. I have arrived.
You have arrived, Axel. Welcome. Glad you're here. How's it going? How's your day been? How's your week going so far? Figure I should ask you the same question that I've asked other people too. Don't want you to feel left out. Okay. So 34. This is where I'm just like so freaking confused. So we're going 34, 33, 32, and then 31 also moves 42, 762, 804. Moves them in both places, so it should be moving the card. Glad that it's good, and I did change the price. I told you. Tariffs on bits. I don't know. I'll probably put it back. I actually forgot that because I went in and changed it, and then I was thinking to myself yesterday, I was like, should I actually change it to 5? Maybe I should. And so I went to actually go change it, and I was like, oh, I already changed it. Yeah, I might change it back, though. I might change it back. Probably will. 42, 42, 41, 41, 40, 40, 39, 39, 38, 38. It makes no sense. All right, what about this? Let's see if it's actually getting into here. So if dead monster is off, it should be going into here, because then if dead monster is on, then it should just do all of that immediately. So what if we flash the screen, a little bit of intensity, for like 20 frames. We'll do it there, do it here, Let's do it in those two places. Okay. Wait a minute. That's the freaking problem. Why did I not think about that? Oh my gosh. I am so stupid. I am so stupid. Wow. So here's the reason why it's not working, is because if I draw 2 cards and I stand, my cards drawn is going to equal 2. Oh my gosh. I am Yep. So smart. I am so smart. Anyway, Cameron says, hello. Hello, Cameron. Welcome to the stream. Glad you're here. Have you done some coding? I have. We've actually done some coding instead of just chatting. There was a little bit of chatting. There was a decent amount of chatting. We're doing some coding. We're working out bugs. And I actually now am discovering maybe I just need to drink more Seagrams and then we'll actually get some good coding done. Maybe. How's your day going, by the way, Cameron? Loki says, evening. Evening, Loki. How's it going? Glad to see you here. Hashtag coding is life. It really is. It really is life. I've actually, that has been an all-day thing for me, actually. So, yeah, took today off so that I could work on some stuff. Yeah. So it's been a long day. It was quite literally from like 8 o'clock this morning until about 20 minutes before I started the stream. But it's good times. It's good times. I do enjoy it. It is a lot of fun. Cameron says, now I shall derail this. No, Cameron, don't do it. Don't do it. Good walked a couple of miles. That's not bad. That is not bad. I should probably walk a couple miles. I'm starting to gain weight, and it's not good. I'm definitely getting to that point in my life. I'm actually past that point in my life where I have to be very particular about what I'm actually eating. I need to make sure that I'm not eating too much or too little. It seems like if I eat too much, I gain weight, and if I eat too little, I gain weight. I don't know. I don't know what it is. It would probably help if I was a little bit more active, though. That's for sure. Loki says, show the game off to a friend of what could be done in RPG Maker that doesn't look like RPG Maker. Wait. Show the game off to a friend of what could be done in RPG Maker but doesn't look like RPG Maker. Wait, what? What game? Your game? I'm very confused. Showed the game off to a friend of what could be done in RPG Maker that doesn't look like RPG Maker. Doesn't eat, still gains weight. I know. Who here is using RPG Maker? Oh, that's me.
Axel _ Benedict cheered 5 bits. It's fine. I'm 5 drinks deep and playing games. I'm not picky about spending right now.
That's fair. 5 drinks deep. That's pretty impressive. Anyway, Loki, yes. Who here is using RPG Maker? That is me. So I showed off your game. Oh, okay. Well, thank you. I appreciate you spreading the word, letting people know. Was it this game or the Lemonade game? Also, was your friend just like, okay, cool? Or were they pretty stoked on it? Cameron says, it's easy when you live close to work and groceries. That's true. If I lived closer to my work, I probably would either walk or bike there. Like if I was like a 5-minute bike ride away from my work, I would bike every single day. Like no question about it. I would absolutely. I live about 20-ish miles from where I work. So definitely not. And that's like on the freeway.
Benedict cheered 5 bits. I said 5, but it's technically 1. It's a buzzball biggie.
Oh, well. That's a big one to be downing. It's a good time, though. Sounds like an absolute blast of a time. Yeah, that's so I'm about 20-ish miles from work, and the majority of that is freeway, and so I'm like, there's no way I could do that on a bike, so I drive. Only one more day until fireworks day in sky. What fireworks are gonna be in the sky? I want to see fireworks. They were impressed. They said they would like to see a card game on RPG Maker, so I was like, check a look. Well, there we go. Yeah. It's definitely not the most, how should I put this? It's not the greatest thing in the world. It's a little buggy, but it's getting there. We're slowly but surely working out the bugs, and yeah, I appreciate you showing them and hyping it up, so thank you, Loki. I appreciate that. Maybe one of these days I'll actually have like a Steam listing so that you can actually just be like, oh, well, here's a Steam listing if you wanted to follow or wish list. So eventually when it comes out, we'll get there. We will get there. Angel says, I love people measuring distances, which with miles or kilometers. Well, okay. All right. It's just so hard because, like, you know, I can be like, oh, I live 25 minutes from work. But then you have to like start to consider, it's like, okay, I live 25 miles from work, but that's me driving 70 miles per hour. So if we go miles per hour to kilometers per hour, 70. Yeah, so that's me driving at about 112 kilometers per hour. And it still takes me about 20-ish. So yeah, so miles to kilometers. Okay, so we're about 32 kilometers from work. Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot. Where I'm from, we measure it in minutes of travel. I mean, that's true. I mean, and I usually do. You know, if they're like, you know, oh, how far away from work? I'm usually like, it's like 25 minutes. But then you kind of have to start to like consider, it's like, well, I'm 25 minutes. But that's me driving on the freeway, going, you know, 70 miles an hour the whole time. So it's not quite like 25 minutes going on like back roads. So if it's 25 minutes on back roads, I could 100% just ride my bike and call it good. But oh well. Oh, talking about my game, Sky. Oh, gotcha. Every first of the month, they do a fireworks show. That's pretty fun. That's a good time. That's true. It is almost freaking May. Holy crap. It's insane. Maybe the real fireworks are the abandoned projects along the way. Well, if that's the case, my night sky is going to be lit because a lot of them. All right, so here's the bug. Here is the bug. So if you've only drawn 2 cards, it can't actually get rid of the enemy's card because, well, only drawn 2 cards. So what we need to do, we actually don't need this here or this here. So if you've drawn 2, that is all self-contained. Yeah, I think probably the best thing we're going to do for this is we're just going to say we can get rid of that and that. And then we'll just say in between here, get rid of that, 39, 39, okay. So then down here, we'll get rid of, oh, actually, no, we need to get rid of that and that. Okay, so then over here for 38, we can get rid of you. You'd be 38 and 38. Let's get rid of the weight on this one and add the weight here. Yes. Okay, so it's 38 and then 39 we will put here. So 40. 40 and 40. And we can get rid of 40 and 40 and 40 and 40. And then here we can do 41 and 41. And get rid of 41, 41, 41, 41. Here we can do 42. Whoop, 42, not 52. And get rid of you and you. Whoop. Balls. All right, get rid of you. 31. Paste you there. Get rid of you. And you. Okay. That should have that fixed. Fantastic. Great. Awesome. So then we come over here and we go over to the mini boss. We've now got 36. So room 47. Go. Draw one more. If we stand. Yeah, well, that's a lot easier because that's just, you know, all the cards disappearing at once. Come on. 21. Well, that's easy enough. Okay, 21 again. I was like, it's like if we get 3 blackjacks in a row, that's just crazy. Okay, 18. Let's see if they bust. See, that... I don't know what that was. I don't know what that was. I can tell you this, though. We're going through the time machine. We're gonna go back and see what good old Kevin was up to. And for anyone who doesn't know, my name's Kevin. I just realized I was like, hold up. Most people know me as a Moon Man. Okay, so I draw 18. So they flip their card. They're now at 11. So they should draw one more card. So now they're equal to 12. Oh, okay, I think I might know actually what's going on there. Okay, so here's the problem. So they drew an ace. So that would technically be an 11 in the very beginning. They drew an 11. So technically their hand would have been equal to, what would that have been? 11, 22? But since it was 22, it busted. It then brought it down to a 1. So now they've got a 12. But I think we're now, like, switching, or we're triggering something to then be like, oh, they busted. And so then, even though they are now drawing another card, I have now started, oh, actually, I think I know exactly where we are. I think I know exactly what's going on. Right here. The monster's total is ever greater than 21. That's it. That's the one. That's the one. Okay, we do not want to do that. What we want to do is over here, soft hand, turn on MB bust. There we go. There we go. All right, so then over here, we're not going to say if the monster's hand is ever over 21. We're going to say if the switch MB bust is on. Then we do that. Okay, that should actually fix that problem. That was oddly way easier than it should have been. Because I feel like that was the bug that was also happening last time, and I was like, why the freak is this happening sometimes but not all the time? That would make sense. It was happening sometimes, not all the time, because if it drew an ace and it put you over 21, then it would start to process that again. But if you weren't an ace and they busted, it wouldn't do it, and so like, yeah, that's why I was very confused. Very confused indeed. All right, let's head to room 13. Here we go. Jesse says, yeah, 25 minutes of highway travel here is usually 25 minutes of white knuckle intense driving. That is 100% accurate. I don't know what it is with freaking Utah drivers. They are the worst. Absolutely terrible. Yeah, just garbage. So many of them. And I don't know how. I don't know how people are so bad at driving. Like, you have the worst of people who are overly cautious and people who think they're invincible and cannot die no matter what happens because they're in a car and that'll keep them safe. Like, the polar opposites and the amount that you have on Utah roads is just mind-blowing. It's nuts. And the amount of people that are like entitled to, oh, the entitlement. Like the amount of people that will sit in the exit-only lane on a freeway, right? So they get onto the freeway. They're in their exit-only lane. They should merge over. The amount of people that will not merge over until the very last second because they're like, well, I've got to get ahead of everyone. And so they will like go up to the very last second and they'll like try to speed past and they'll like cut you off to get in. And then they'll like, sometimes they'll brake check you and it's just like, You had so much room to get onto the freeway, to get out of the exit-only lane. And then you waited till the very last second, nearly hit me. That's why I'm honking at you, and now you're going to brake check me and then speed off. It's like, okay, like, it's good times. Great times, actually. Cameron says, Katamari Damacy. I almost could not get that out. Anyone? The king could be picking up his unfinished work as Katamari. I actually... My wife and I own, I think, like, the original. Did Katamari come out on PS2? Is that the original? Yep. 2004. Yeah. That's the one. That's the one we've got. I haven't played it in a very long time, but it is a good time. Fairwinkling says, oh wait, no, I already read that one. I was going to read your message twice, Fairwinkling. I was going to read it twice. All right, here we go. Let's go test and make sure this bug is not still happening. Not that it's even going to really be that easy to test because, well, you just have to get them to the point where they will be busting with an ace. Yeah. Yeah. I think that was right. 11, we can stand. 15, all right. 18, ooh, let's stand. 8, 18, 28, sucker. Ooh, okay, all right. Who wants to put a gamble on this? There's not much left. As you can see, it's pretty empty. I will chug the rest of this if I draw anything other than a 10 value card. So if it is not a 10, a jack, a queen, or a king, I will chug it. I am so confident that there is some weird bug that it is going to give me a 10 value card. Crap. All right, well, here we go. That is, that's one way to make me eat my words. Okay. All right, cool beans. Autumn__ says, ooh, can we gamble? I'm still on the fence about that. So here's the thing. And everyone let me know if this seems like it would be fun. So as of right now, we're kind of going with very simple.
_Benedict cheered 5 bits. Drink.
Yeah. Absolutely. That's more of a chug kind of thing. Autumn__ says, you can't just say that and not let us gamble, Moonman. Oh, wait. Oh, were you meaning with the card draws? I apologize. I mean, we could potentially maybe kind of like incorporate stuff like that. That'd be kind of fun. Do some gambling and then draw some cards. See, I thought you were meaning, and this is where, and I'm going to keep talking about this because I have actually thought about maybe doing something like this, and y'all can let me know. So right now, the combat is about as basic as you can get with using Blackjack as the combat, right? If you draw a higher amount than what the monster draws, then you attack them. You will deal the amount of damage with your magic spells that you have to them. They will lose HP, right? That's what we've got right now. But I'm kind of debating if we do some kind of, and this is where it's like, I don't know if it would necessarily work with the whole mana thing, like the whole magic thing, is I was like, well, what if you gambled your health, right? So like, you know, if I've got 46 health, like basically I would put in my gamble of like, I'm going to gamble 13 health, right? And then if I lose my 13 health. If I win, I get my 13 health back plus 13. So I don't know. Maybe something like that. And if not something like that, we could eventually add some kind of gambling mechanic to it. But for now, and since that's not even what you technically meant, and you know, we're just gonna leave it as is, I suppose. This says, or the 5-lane dive from the speed lane to the exit when they could have done it slowly for the last half mile. I do see that a lot too. Yeah. You'll go people from all the way on the far left, and you'll know because it'll be like a quarter of a mile before the exit, and you'll just see some dude in his lifted Ram truck just be like, I've got to get off here, and he just, and you're just like, all right, buddy, like, I'm glad you made it. You shouldn't have, but I'm glad you made it. And that no one got hurt in the process. That's the biggest thing. As long as no one else got hurt. You did this to yourself. I really did. I really did do that to myself. Control says, as a long-time trading card game player, health is my favorite resource to spend. That's fair. And you could technically be spending your health as a gamble. Maybe. Again, it would kind of potentially mess up the whole magic spell thing, so I don't know how we would balance that necessarily. I'm sure we could figure it out. And if nothing else, I at least want to have probably a spot in town where you can just play blackjack against people, and then there you could actually gamble. Like the gold you collect here, the gold you collect when you're selling dice and stuff like that, you could actually be using that as gambles. So we could also do that as well. If we wanted to just stick to the normal combat stuff in the dungeon, in the tomb, and then do that.
_ Benedict cheered 5 bits. The odds of getting a 10 value card in insanely high. 16 tens cards out of a 52 card deck is 30% of the deck.
I know that, Axel. But it has happened so often where I will get a soft hand and I'll draw again and get a 10 value card. And I don't know why. Okay, now that I've made such a big deal about it, the next time it happens, I'm not going to say anything, and y'all will see. You will all see that it's going to be a 10 value card. It's going to happen. I just know it is. Ooh, I'm so glad that I drew another card. All right, here we go. Let's see what happens. Ooh, okay, fine. 17. Should we draw another? We're doing it. Ah, I shouldn't have done it. All right, 13. 23, of course. 15. I'm so bad at blackjack. Are you kidding me? I drew 4 2s in a row. What is my luck? Alright, we're gonna stand on that one. Yeah, take that, you freaking idiot. Yeah, what the? Couldn't load card 4-0. All right, well, that's an odd error that I... I'm gonna find out why I was trying to load card 4-0. I also don't know if that would have been my side or the enemy's side. Crap. Well, that's a problem. That is a huge problem. Angel says could be a nice special boss mechanic, and we could do something like that too. When you're just fighting regular monsters, it's just regular combat, and that's kind of how this is too. Because like this is, you know, beautiful art aside from this Cheeto-looking dude. This is supposed to be a mini boss, right? And so the mini bosses are the ones where you play like actual blackjack, where like, you know, you only see their top card, you draw your cards, you can draw more, and then after you've had your turn of drawing, then the dealer, the monster, draws their cards. So it's like more like blackjack in the mini bosses, whereas with the regular monsters, it's the monster draws 2 cards.
Benedict cheered 5 bits. The odds of pulling all 5 2s is 1 in 270,725.
I like those odds. I'll take those odds. I'll double it. Control says gambling corner. Kind of is. How random is your randomizer? It's about as random as you can get. So if we come over, well, here we go. We'll come in here. This is the draw mechanics for the player. So when you click to draw a card, it will set the card 1 value to a random number between 1 and 13. 1 being an ace, 2 through 10 being 2 through 10, and then 11, 12, and 13 being jack, queen, and king. So it has an even chance to draw one of each card evenly. So that is 100% even across the board. And then this is just the card suit, so 1 through 4. So that doesn't really affect much at all. So yeah, so it's really just the card number. It just picks a random number between 1 in 13, and then that's the card you got. Full deck every fight. So we actually are not using any kind of deck limits. We may eventually do something like that if it doesn't feel like it's quite fair or something to that extent. But right now, it's basically just an infinite deck. So there could technically be an infinite number of 2s, aces, 10s, like every single card is technically infinite. So there's no database that's holding any kind of amounts of cards. We may add something like that. I started to add it, and then I was like, well, because technically in Blackjack, they usually use about 6 decks at the table. That way, to try and like minimize card counting. I'm pretty sure that if I read right, if I remember right, I'm pretty sure it was 6 decks is like the average. Some places use a few more, some places use 1 or 2 less. But yeah, that's their way to like try and keep people from card counting. And so at that point, I was like, well, if they're already playing with like 6 decks, what's the point of having, any kind of database of cards? Because it's like, well, if you've already got 6 decks, I mean, that's, what is that? 12, 8, 16, 24? That's 24 of any card you could draw. So it's like, well, in that case, you couldn't even technically draw, like, even if you drew an ace every single time, you would still not even draw that many aces. Like, even if you just had like that astronomical value of drawing every single ace in a row to fill your hand to 21, you wouldn't even technically draw enough. So anyway, so yeah, so we don't technically have a database of cards right now. It just random number, and then it assigns that to the card value itself. So we'll see. We will see. Control says, depends if you want card counting to be an external source of power, I suppose. I guess that's true. And that's where it's like, if I were to introduce it, like, it wouldn't be too difficult to do. It would literally just be like, I would create a set of variables that had X amount of cards, and then when it went to go draw, it would check that database, that variable, and it would just be like, hey, are there any more of these cards in the deck? No? Cool, move on to the next one. So like, it wouldn't be that difficult. I was just, a part of me was like, well, like, what's the point of spending the 30 to 60 minutes to create that kind of card database when it's like, does it even technically matter? Not super, but we could potentially do something like that. That's a down the line, if everything. Yeah, and that's the thing, is it's like, if I were to do it, it probably would be a down the line thing. Probably after we already have like a demo out there. And if we start getting, if I start hearing from people and they're like, hey, it's kind of weird that it's drawing so many of like the same cards and yada, 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 then it'd just be like, all right, like, we can introduce decks. Like, we can definitely make it so there are hard deck limits where it's like there are 4 of each card per deck, and that's all there is. So we will see. We'll see. Autumn__ says, ooh, Moonman, would you commission me to make mini bosses? Maybe. What kind of mini bosses? Well, actually, in terms of mini bosses, what do you mean? Like mini boss mechanics, or like the actual graphics themselves? Let's see here. What did I miss? Oh my gosh, how far did I miss? See, the thing is, Moonman, you can't say, wait. See, the thing is, Moonman, if, say, one of us became a mod, hypothetically, in theory, we could set up the gambling for you. That is true. Not a bad idea. Yes, I do not trust it either. But you can't draw 5 2s in a row. Maybe I tried to draw a 5th 2 in a row. I mean, that is, it could have. If I wanted to draw a 5th, it could have. Pixel art, probably. But I could come up with the mechanics. Okay, well, I just wanted to make sure, because yeah, the pixel art would definitely be something that I do need, and I'm still not 100% sure which way I'm going to go with that. So, I mean, yeah, I mean, if you've got some stuff that you wanted to send my way, you could just send me a DM on Discord, and I will take a look. Because yeah, the thing is, like, there's like a particular art style in my head that I'm wanting. And I don't know. Like, I've looked at a few examples of like things online, and I'm like, it's close but not quite. I've found a couple, but they're usually just for like from other games, so we'll see. But yeah, like if you've got something, or if there was even just like one that you were like, I'm gonna whip this up really quick, just kind of like show you, and I can even give you some like examples of what I'm hoping to go for. Yeah, because it's like I'm wanting like simplistic, but not too overly simple, you know. But I also don't want anything like too crazy with like too much shading and detail. Like, you know, trying to go for simple but nice. I don't know. Again, like I have no idea how to describe it. But yeah, if you're interested, I am down. Absolutely. Jesse says, my Blackjack game, the most command complaint was people mad at RNG, saying it was unfair. It was just stranded. It was just a standard 3-deck logic. Totally fair. Yeah, and that's the thing with RNG. Like, some people are just like, this isn't fair. This doesn't make sense. And it's like, well, like, sorry. Like, I literally made the database to have X amount of cards, and it did its thing. Like, I'm sorry. Axel says, Control, if you ever played Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links, I remember the lovely time of Shadow Game Arrow Mage. It was terrifying, and I loved it. Ignore my drunken mistakes of saying 5 twos. You're good. 5 twos. Common man, I am full of typos. That's a good point. Autumn says, Autumn __ says, and I have a bit of a break after tomorrow until the weekend. So if you want to send any reference pics, I could actually work on it then. Well, there we go. Absolutely. Yeah, I'll probably have time tomorrow, morning / maybe afternoon. And I can shoot those your way. Just kind of like get you a rough idea of kind of what I'm hoping for. And yeah, we'll see what happens. Because again, like there definitely is like a very specific art style that I'm like hoping for. I don't know. We'll see what happens. Because yeah, I am also going to need more than just the mini boss. Like, because the thing is like these characters are not set in stone either. It's like I will need player characters with potentially like faces, like enlarged faces, so you can like see a little bit more detail. Probably gonna need some NPCs, and then of course, you know, the mini bosses and the monsters throughout the tomb. So it's gonna be a lot, which is why I'm kind of like hoping to lean more towards like just finding a pack that would actually look good, because I'm like, I know that I don't have the kind of money to actually pay for something like that.
Terry's no I in team, but Terry's 5 in. I don't care how big the room is. I cast fireball.
And said one too many times by one too many D&D players. Okay, all right. So that should fix that bug with the mini boss. Yeah. All right. Well, I think at that point, I mean, I know we kind of were already like finished with that last time. I have completely forgot. Okay. All right. Let's just mark as complete. Yeah, right, here we go. Anyway, yes, so actually let's just do, yeah, let's do that. Okay, so that is the mini boss. I believe basically most of the bugs should be resolved and worked through. Hopefully. I know there probably is going to be a little bit more here and there that's going to pop up. I know that we need to actually add more cards too, because right now the mini boss can only draw up to 5 cards, which is not exactly what we want. We definitely want more than that. So we will eventually add more than that, but for now, 5 is good. And if we're ever fighting a mini boss and they have to draw more than 5 cards, then it'll just be broken. We also can just leave the room, right? Like if the mini boss ever breaks, you can just leave the room, come back, and then it fixes the card draws anyway. So that's not too bad. Okay, so let's see, we got fixed cards, still drawing. When player is attacking. So the details for that one, it was there was a break loop condition that if the monster ever hit greater than 21, it would break the loop. However, the monster could go over 21, but with a soft hand, go back under. But the process would have already started. So, change that. There we go. So much detail. So much wow. What was the other bug? Oh, enemy cards not clearing if the enemy drew more than 2 cards. That's because the card clear execution was behind, what's the right word? Was, dictated by how many cards the player had drawn. So if the player only drew 2 cards, only 2 monster cards were cleared. Move that out of the condition. Now it's good to go. Good to 2. If I could freaking type, we'd be in so much of a better position. But I can't type, so can't do it. Okay, first of all, what the freak kind of task is this? Add mechanics? What? I don't know what that is. We're going to archive and delete it. That's... All right. All right. Okay, so really quick, do we have functionality? Is there an actual win state? Is there an actual win state for the mini-boss? I don't know. I would assume so. Axel says I should probably calm down. On the drinking, I do have work tomorrow, but it's chocolate flavored. Do you have a chocolate? Oh man, that sounds really good actually. We're good. We're good. Yeah, you probably should calm down with the drinking then if you've got work tomorrow. Might not be the best thing to be doing is drinking too much. So. What? Monster animation. Hit monster. Dead monster. Okay. What actually turns on dead monster? Got all of this. Okay. Oh, my guess is here. So when you attack, goes through here. If monster HP is less than 0, set the monster HP to 0, turn on dead monster. Okay, all right, yes. So, yeah, I mean, that was kind of the whole point of trying to utilize the previous events for the actual card drawing and battle mechanics, because all of that is already set up and good to go, and I would rather just reuse it. So, if we can actually beat this guy... All right, everyone. Here's where we can actually, yeah, there we go. What the freak was that? We both had 21. It sat for a little bit, and then as it started attacking, it then drew more cards. Huh? What? All right, let's see if we can recreate that. So you're going to be a 5. You're going to be a 5. And you are going to be a ace. Yeah. And then let's come in here and we're going to say you are going to be a king. You are going to be an ace. Okay, so I will get a blackjack every time. The monster will get a 21 every time, but not necessarily a blackjack. And let's see if we can recreate and see whatever the freak that was that happened. 35. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, so what happened? What? Okay, so I didn't get a blackjack because I drew 3 cards. That's right. Okay, all right. We're gonna do 5 and 5. 5 and 5. You are going to be a 1 and a 1. Okay, there we go. Now we can recreate what happened and see what actually happened. Maybe. Fingers crossed. 29. Let's head to 29. Okay, here we go. We've got 21. Stand. They've got 10. 21. And now it's trying to... What? Okay, so I had 21, they had 21. Then you got bust. If total card value is greater than card total value, then mini boss wins. I think what it was trying to do I have no idea what it was trying to do. That was very bizarre. Okay, so else. So I guess it's just getting down to the fact of where it's like nothing can happen now. It was trying to do what you programmed it to do. I mean, you're not wrong. You're not. It is doing exactly what I told it to do. Just what I told it to do is not what I want it to be doing. So I need to do better at not telling it what I don't want it to do. So here's what I think the problem is. So first things it checks is the soft hand. So it checks to see if the monster has more than greater than 21, right? And if it does, it'll go through here, change any aces that it may have down to from an 11 to a 1. All right, that's fair. Now, the end of all that, if it has checked all the cards, it is now going to say mini boss bust. So wait for 30 frames, turn on mini boss bust, call it good, exit event processing. But if you are not greater than 21, and the first thing it does is it just checks to see, hey, is the monster total card value greater than the card total value? So is the monsters, have they drawn more than the player has? If so, the mini boss wins, turns on monster blackjack, goes through all of that, good to go. And then else, do this. Draw again. That is not what we want it to do. Not at all. We need one more check. We need to check and see. Booey. So we need to check if 82 and 35. So let's do conditional branch. If 82 and 35. So if game variables dot value 82 is equal to 21, and see that this is the very like this is the case that is going to be so rare that I'm only going to catch this in testing, but like both you and the monster drawing 21, like pretty rare thing, like, so, you know, Okay, so if 82 is equal to 21, and if the player's draw is equal to 21, then we'll have an else. Now, in that else, this is where we're going to have the actual catch-all, which is draw again, waits for 30 frames, so half a second, and then turns off some self switches, goes back and starts drawing. That is what we wanted to have happen there. But if you both tie, so both drew max amount, then we just want to say the player wins. We'll wait for 30 frames, turn on mini boss bust, we'll just consider it busting, and then we'll be good to go after that. Okay, so with that, we should be able to come in here. I still don't get what the whole, when it was drawing cards and it was like, oh, we can't load this image. It's like, what? How are you trying to draw 0? Doesn't make any sense to me. Oh well. All right, so let's check over in room 3. Wow, we're on the freaking wrong side of the dungeon for that one. 36. That is much closer. There we go. All right, so let's draw. We're gonna get a 21. They're gonna get a 21. Oh, wait. Stand 21. I win. They lose. There we go. Okay. All right. Cool. Cool. Well, hopefully, maybe that will actually fix that whole bug of it trying to draw a card that just doesn't exist. I don't know. I don't know what would be trying to, because it's basically that error is it's trying to show an image that doesn't exist, and it was trying to show card 0 dash whatever it was, and card 0 does not exist. I don't know what was trying to load that graphic, but maybe it was that. Maybe. If it is, then it's fixed. If not, we'll run into it again and we'll fix it then. That is a future Moon Man problem, and I'm sure he's going to thank me for that. So much thanks. All right, you are 1 through 13, you are 1 through 13, and you are 1 through 13. There we go. Okay, fantastic. Oh my goodness, Stream Boo, you're back. Welcome back, Stream Boo. Blocked. They are a pivotal part in our community. Every stream, they're in here trying to sell me stream viewer bots. Best. It is the best. All right, so that was one more bug that we fixed. Oh, hey, we can exit out of our time machine. There we go. So, this bug. If player and enemy both drew 21, it bugged out. Yeah. And then we'll just say, fixed it, so there's another condition, so that if both draw 21, monster loses. Yeah, monster loses. Okay, whew. Now we will, well, we can actually move on. I think we can finally move on from the mini boss. Holy crap. Autumn__ says, I've still never seen the Stream Boo. Oh, well. Let me tell you. Actually, I wonder. Unban. And then what if I, likely a ban evader. Not published to chat. Warn, timeout, ban, block, report. So what if I say stop restricting? Would that pop up then? Still says restricted. Well, if I pull this up over here, you got Stream Boo right here. Cheap viewers on streamboo.com. Remove the space at HGXCTVAF. It's yep, totally legit viewers over there. Yeah, you can 100% just get 100% totally legit viewers, and yeah, it's good times, great times actually. Anyway, let's come back in here. We are going to report spam. Next, spam bots. There we go. Tell us more. They're trying to sell me view bots. It's true. You all saw it. Block the user. All right, there we go. So stupid. I know. It really is. I don't understand it. Like, it's literally like at least once every stream. But like they come in with a different account every time, so I'm just like, I know they have it all automated. You know, they probably once every day, they probably run some command that just creates millions of new profiles, somehow gets through all of Twitch's security, and they just go out there and they just spam view bot advertisements across who knows how many channels. And I'm just like, all right, like, and someone's got to be clicking on them. Someone has to be, like, someone's got to pay the bills. And so obviously people are like, oh my gosh, like, view bots? That's amazing. I'll take 100. I don't know. Okay. We Gucci. Yeah. Fairwinkling says, I stream once every like 2 months and I still ban them every stream. See? They're out there. They are out there. They just keep popping up. Who knows? I don't get it. So, I think at this point now, what we need to do is after you defeat the mini-boss, we basically decided the mini-boss would be blocking the door. When they get defeated, should the door open automatically? I think so. Probably just open automatically. Yeah, that's probably what we're gonna do. Just open the door automatically, call it good there. So let's grab over here in the common events. We've got the RTG spawn, and down. No, it's not the RTG spawn. Over here, we've got card decks. Exit door 1. There we go. So showing exit. Yes, that's the one. Control says lockpicking minigame. We could go with a nice Oblivion knockoff for the lockpicking minigame. I had thought about doing something like that. Not necessarily ripping off the Oblivion lockpicking game, just a lockpicking minigame in general. I had thought about. Didn't do it though, obviously. Oblivion dialogue wheel lockpicking minigame. So you gotta pick the right dialogue option to woo the lockpick open. That kind of stuff. I still am not even actually 100% sure how you even do the Oblivion encounters, because the last time that I played Oblivion and actually cared about doing like the social encounters, I was probably like 10. No, I would have been older than that. I was probably like 14. Had zero social skills, didn't really pay attention to things like that, and so I didn't really know what they wanted me to do. Isn't it like you have to like read their face? Like as you're like hovering over the different options, it like their face changes from like happy to kind of happy to like to like mad. I don't know. Could be interesting, I think. Whoa. Could be interesting to think about a way to introduce some card-related activity to the lockpicking if you were going to do it. Theme, tie it and all. Yeah, and that I do want everything to kind of like tie together really well. And so if there was some type of like little minigame that I were to create that just didn't feel right, I'd probably just get rid of it, or I guess not implement it at all. But yeah, I don't know. We'll see. We will see. First time you read their face, after that it'll show you. Oh. Well, that's even less involved than I thought. I thought you had to read their face every single time. That is very uninvolved. Oh well. Oh well. Okay. So so when are we getting, oh, so these are the variables. So these are the, oh yeah. Add new room info from DB to current room. So I think we need to actually add this after the show exit. So let's move this after. So we add the new room details to the room database, or we pull from the room database, add it to the current room, and then we want to show the exit. So if game variables .100 equals player's location. No. So is the player's location, which is variable 100, is the player's location equal to the exit? Then we show exit room 1. Yes. Okay, so the exit text and the self switch, we don't need those anymore. Okay. You know, let's do this actually. Let's do this. Autumn __ says, oh ho ho, do I have the suggestion for lockpicking minigames involving dice for you? Lay it on me. Lay it on me, Autumn __ I want to hear it. The dice could also be a good way to go as well. Incorporating that kind of stuff and more of the stuff. Control says some guy studied it and posted a full explanation on X or Blue Sky or something. Pretty good read. I forgot half of it, of course. That's fair. That is fair. So I think what we're going to do, actually, is we're going to just do a regular conditional branch, and we're just going to say is 36, so the starting exit room, equal to 100, which is player location. So are you equal to that? And we're going to say conditional branch if current room monster is greater than, we'll just say, are you greater than 0? And then an else handler. Yes. So if you are greater than 0, that means that the monster is in there. The mini boss is in there. So we're going to say, let's show picture. Which picture is it? 24? Okay, so show 24. Crap. What was the exit door 1? Simple enough. Exit door 1, exit door 2. Exit door 1, we're going to show this at center, and it's going to be 640, 182. So 640, 182. Wait a minute. I just noticed the backlight on my keyboard is out. Well, that's sad. I don't know what's going on there. That is depressing. Hopefully it's not actually broken. Hopefully it's just I need to like reboot my computer or something. Okay, so you show that exit, but if you are not, then we will show exit that one. Cool. Now, what we want to do is, wait a minute. I almost forgot. We need to come in here and we need to delete this one right here. Here we go. Cool. Now, after, oh my goodness. All right, Autumn __ what do we got here? I found this somewhere a while ago, but essentially this could be an optional part, as this isn't exactly D&D, but you roll a D20 and add sleight of hand / dex or whatever. And for every extra 5, so 5, 10, 15, etc., you get an extra roll. And the goal is to get a straight of 6 sided die. And Yahtzee rules, you can choose to keep some or not, and the difficulty changes how many dice / numbers in a row you need. Same thing, and as I said, you can either set a fixed number of rolls or have it be more random. Okay, so yeah, so basically, yeah, so kind of going like Yahtzee kind of thing, where you like say for example, you can roll 6 dice, right? So you're rolling 6 D20s, and we could also just make them D6s or whatever, but like you would roll 6 dice, and then you would choose the ones you want to keep, re-roll the other ones, and you could do that X amount of times. That would be fun. All right, hear me out. Wait, what the freak happened to Photoshop? What the freak happened to my start menu? Okay, what is happening? Okay, I can still type. But if I press the start button... Okay, there we go. Whew. I fixed it. I fixed it. Yeah, Please don't go out on my keyboard. I need you, keyboard. I need you. Okay, let me... Oh, wait. That's right. Let me pull up Photoshop really quick. Do. All right, so here's kind of what I'm thinking, based on like what you were saying. Let's do 1280 by 720, and let's oh wait, let's close this. There we go. Okay, so let's do this. Let's resize this down 25%. So essentially, here's kind of what I'm thinking, kind of going along with what you're saying, Autumn __. If we were to do something like this, if we did, let's make this black, so it's a little bit more feeling like it's actually supposed to in the game. And then we will make this white. So here's kind of what I'm thinking. Essentially, so you'd have the door, right? Here's the door, yada, yada, yada. That is a horrible door. So yeah, so you got the door, yada, yada, yada. There we go. Door. That is door. And then basically what it would be is you would have your play area here. And then let's say, for example, you had something like, well, no, because this is where the dice would actually be rolling. So here's what we would need to do, actually. We would make the door slightly large. Okay, so you'd have the POV area here, and you'd have the dice roll area here. So in the POV area, it would basically zoom in, and so you would have, here's like the sides of the door, right? So you got like the brick here, the brick over here. You've got the door itself. So you got like a handle on the door and all that fun stuff. And then basically you would have like a I don't know, you'd have like a circular shape on the door. And then within that circular shape, you would have a spot here, a spot here, spot here, spot here, spot here. And then you would roll your dice down here. It's like, so you'd roll your dice, yada, yada, yada. Let's say you could roll 6, okay? So you roll the 6 dice, and maybe you get 5, a 1, 2, that's backwards, 2, 4, and a 6, and a 6. And so then, depending on which dice you wanted to keep. Wait. No. My brain's going the wrong way. So what, actually, yeah. No. All right, never mind. We're still good. So then say, for example, you needed this to be, so you would put a dice in here first, right? So if you put a 6 in here, that would then dictate that you need to have 6s in all of these slots. So then basically you would, you'd take the 6 dice and you'd throw that. Whoa, I forgot. Yeah, you take the 6 and you'd put it in there. You'd grab another 6 and you'd put it in there, and yada, yada, yada. So yeah, so kind of like Yahtzee. Yeah, exactly. That's kind of what you were meaning, right? Autumn __. Something like that. But then each door would have like its own different type of thing you had to fill in. So essentially, some doors would maybe be like, all right, so never mind. Forget the center thing. Maybe some doors would be like, hey, you need to roll all 6s. And so these outer ones would show like, hey, these need to be 6s. And so you would have to then take the 6s you roll, throw them in there, and then you would roll more dice after that. And then you'd roll X number of times. So let's say, for example, if, I don't know, you could roll 4 times or something like that. And so you'd throw in, the dice into these slots, however many 6s you have. But then let's say, say for example, sometimes it doesn't want 6s. Maybe sometimes it wants 1, like a running total. So like 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So you'd need to get that running total of dice. Control says, what if it didn't show you what you needed, but responded positively or negatively, depending on if it was the right die that is chosen per slot? We could do that as well. Yeah, like as you put the dice in, it will just kind of like, well, okay, so we could definitely do puzzles like that, because that would definitely be a puzzle as well. That could actually maybe be like the type of lock picking thing, right? So you would roll your dice. So this would be for specifically the door itself, right? So with the door, you're needing to actually like, so it would have the actual combination, right? And so you would, basically you would just see like, this is what I need to get. You'd roll however many times, maybe 5, whatever, how many times do you roll in Yahtzee before you have to like actually make your decision? How many times do you roll in Yahtzee? Freaking Google, it's always listening. I have never Googled that phrase before, and yet I got like, how many times do you roll? And it was like, in Yahtzee? Okay, in Yahtzee you get a maximum of 3 rolls. Okay. We could do door difficulties though. So you would get less rolls the harder the door is to open. Maybe. Who knows? Maybe that'd be fun. Does that sound like it'd be fun? Maybe. Yeah, three guesses wouldn't be enough. Ever played Mastermind? Well, so here's the thing. So there'd be 2 different types of locks that you're going for. So you would have the floor exit lock, right? So this would be the one where you are essentially playing Yahtzee, but instead of having a whole bunch of different options you could choose from, you roll your dice, you pick the ones that you want to keep, and you're like, okay, well, but then it would tell you what pattern you need to make. So it'd be like, oh, this needs all 5s, or this needs all 2s, or maybe it needs 2, 3, 2, 3, 2, or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or something like that. Like it'll tell you the pattern you need, and you are specifically working for that pattern. And then with the lock picking type ones, you'd get your dice, and then as you put them in, you would then you'd have 3 chances to be like, basically like Mastermind, right? So you'd put your dice in, yada, 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 you'd lock it in, and then if it was the correct dice, then you would leave it there. If it was the incorrect dice, it would turn red, you'd pull it out. Or if it was a correct dice but wrong slot, then, it would let you know that. So yeah, so basically exactly like Mastermind. So you'd have the 2 different types of locks. You'd have the door locks like this, that's more like Yahtzee, and then you would have the chest locks that are more like the Mastermind type game. I could actually see that working pretty well. I could see that actually, that could be fun. I think that could be a lot of fun actually. Wait, actually the inner circle could dictate what kind of Yahtzee roll you need. Oh, I should have read your message. Full house, 3 of a kind. Exactly, yeah. And the harder the house, the harder the door.
_ Benedict cheered 5 bits. Yahtzee but Wordle.
Exactly, Yahtzee but Wordle. And the harder the door, the harder the combination it needs. Look at that. Autumn __, you and I, we are on the same wavelength here. I like it. I looked it up, and the chance of a Yahtzee is 4.6 with 3 rolls, and that doesn't even account for a specific number on the dice. So unless this is a master level door, you might need more rolls. Yeah, and that's true. Like, we would probably do something where it's like, you would probably have more rolls than Yahtzee, because here's the thing. I would want it to be fun, but I don't want it to be like overly difficult, So hopefully it would be a fun thing. I guess we would see. Let's see. Control says, yeah, it could be fun. Good way to keep it fresh. And that's almost kind of what I'm thinking. So instead of just having the door open when you kill the mini boss, it does something like this. Yeah, we could do something like that. Do we like that idea enough? Should we implement it? I mean, we are technically done with the mini boss, so we're ready to move on to the next part of the project, which the next part of the project is figuring out how to go through the exit of the door. And so whether that is, how are we going to figure out how to unlock the door? Because originally it was just, oh, you kill the mini boss and the door unlocks and you're good to go. But we could add a second lock where the mini boss is the one protecting the door, but then after that you have the chance to be able to put in the dice to unlock it. I mean, if I'm not hearing any objections, I can mock up an idea in the next few days, for real, if you want. I mean...
Axel_Benedict cheered 5 bits. Have you tried seducing the door?
Should we add that as an option? You have like a 2% chance of the door opening if you seduce it. Or you get to roll a seduction saving throw. Control says, if there's a fail state, what are the consequences? Only if you're a bard. Yeah, you gotta be a bard if you're gonna try and seduce the door. I mean, we should be able to kind of like just build this out. I'm not gonna say it. I was like, oh, it shouldn't be that bad. Nope. Not gonna say it. I'm not gonna say it, because as soon as I say that, it's gonna be bad. So we're not gonna say it. Yeah, as far as consequences for the failed state. We could do... Say it, I need more clips. No, absolutely not. We could do something like, if you fail, it spawns a monster behind you or something like that you have to fight. We could do that. We could figure out the fail state at a later date too. It would just be, you know, if you fail, I don't know, take you out of the scene, and then, you know, whatever we wanted to do after that. How about a bonus if you get it, and it opens with no bonus if you don't? Ooh, a sneak attack. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the monster comes in, sneak attacks you, gets an automatic blackjack. Be a good time. Autumn__ says, like, make different difficulties and mock up some similar designs and also make punishments. Oh, that's what you mean. Okay. I mean, yeah. If you kind of wanted to think about different ways to make it more and less difficult, so we could implement something like that, that would be absolutely fantastic. And then the punishments, yeah, absolutely. So yeah, the consequences for actually losing, having a consequence, and not just be like, oh, you lost, like, just try again. That kind of thing. If you want, I can worry about all this and pitch a fuller idea to you Thursday, and then you can consider things a bunch more and see how you like it. Yeah, we can do that too. We can save this for Thursday as well if you would like. If that seems like something you would like to do, is like kind of going through, figuring out some of the ins and outs. Yeah, absolutely. Like, I would 100% be down for that. So if you're down, I'm down. Also, Jesse's back. Welcome back, Jesse. Glad you're here. Wait. Did you leave? You left and you didn't say anything? Jesse, I thought we had an understanding. No, you're good. I'm glad you're back, though. I forgot to say it. Oh, that is totally fine. No worries at all. I know that you usually do have to, like, either go take the dog for a walk or something like that, so totally fine. You're totally fine. Oh! There was fresh cooked bacon at stake. Okay, that is completely understandable. Do not feel like you had to say anything. That is the kind of thing that you don't have time to type. You're just like, I'm out. We gotta go. Totally fine. No worries at all. Okay, cool. Well then, I'm really liking this idea. I think it would be fantastic. And I'm going to say, Autumn. Yeah, I will say, let's put this off until Thursday, and then if you don't have time, that is totally fine. Like, do not feel like you have to work on something like this. Like, I don't want you to feel like, oh crap, it's, you know, it's Wednesday evening, I haven't done anything. Like, if you are like, yeah, I want to do this, and then Thursday comes around and you're like, oh yeah, I've been busy with life, like, that's totally fine. No worries at all. So don't feel like you have to.
Axel_Benedict cheered 5 bits. Gun bacon fact. I have a PhD in the theology of baconism.
That's pretty impressive. That's you can't just get that at any university. You got to go to the top tier Ivy League type places to get that kind of PhD. Also, I like how your typo was gun fact. I feel like with bacon, a gun fact about bacon. Actually, here's a fun gun fact about bacon. Did you know you can cook bacon on the barrel of a gun just by shooting the gun? It's true. Oh, who was it that did that? Cooking bacon on the barrel of a gun. Which YouTuber did it? Somebody did it, and I cannot remember. I mean, I know that Ted Cruz did it. St. Andrew TV, don't even know who that is. I can't remember if it was like Demolition Ranch or it was someone like that. They like wrapped the barrel of their gun in bacon, shot it a whole bunch of times, then cooked the bacon on the barrel of the gun. And I'm like, that is probably like the most American thing I can think of, is cooking bacon on the barrel of a gun by shooting it. Oh, it's like the things people will think about and try. Like, it's not just think about, but they actually do it. I'm just like, all right. Anyway. Yes. Oh man, now I want bacon. Control says, caught your last devlog, by the way. I enjoyed it. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, I had a lot of fun making it, actually. I was a little bit nervous because
Axel_Benedict cheered 5 bits. Louis Weiser cooked chicken by slapping it.
Oh yeah, I did hear about that. Again, the crazy things people will do. Yeah, I was very nervous about uploading a devlog because it had been, well, like I said in the devlog, it had been like 6 weeks, and I'm just like, that's a long time to go without uploading a devlog. So I felt kind of bad, but I think it worked out. And I'm gonna try not to go as long without making a devlog. So anyway, all right, so cool. Let's do this then. We're gonna add new. Yahtzee and what was that? What was that called? Mastermind and Mastermind locks, doors, and chests. I'm just gonna throw that in here just so we remember it. So if for some reason something happens and Thursday doesn't pan out and we either don't chat about it or whatever it may be, then it'll be in there. All right, so for now, I think we're just going to finish out the loop, right? We're going to finish out the loop for the floor of the tomb, and should be good. Oh, wait, Automon__ says, yeah, I'm totally up for this. Just want to help streamline your work a bit in exchange for all the distractions I've caused you. Well, there we go. I guess it makes it all worth it then. If you're willing to help because of all the distractions you've put me through, I'm all right with that too. I've heard of folks felling trees with guns, but bacon is wild. That is true. There are videos of people just shooting trees until they fall. It's true. It can happen. You would need a very big gun for that, but it's possible. It happens. There's also a book on cooking meals inside the engine of an 18-wheeler truck. That just sounds dangerous. I don't think I would trust it. If anyone has seen the Red Green Show, though, I don't know if anyone out there has. It was like a late 90s, early 2000s Canadian sitcom, I guess you could call it. Sketch, like sketch comedy almost. And I guess yeah, it would be like a sketch comedy. And yeah, one of the sketches that he does, he cooks like Thanksgiving dinner in his, like, the engine of his truck, like under the hood of his truck as he's driving to Thanksgiving. And I remember seeing that as a kid, and I was just like, I want to do that. And my dad's just like, this is sketch comedy. Like, yes, some of the things they did on the show you could do, but he's like, this is TV. It is sketch comedy. This is not real life. You cannot cook a full turkey inside, like under the hood, on your way to Thanksgiving. And I was like, but I want to try. Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah, that was definitely my childhood. My dad was huge into that show. So watched it like every single week. And it was fun. Little duct tape. Exactly. Yeah. It's huge on duct tape. Though I'm older than you. This much, Jesse. By this much. Barely anything. Top Gun did some crazy stuff. Wait, what did Top Gun do? Wait, are we going back to cooking bacon on gun barrels? Do you mean Top Gear? You mean Top Gear, not Top Gun? I think you meant Top Gun. I mean Top Gear. Yes, Top Gear has done some crazy stuff. That is true. Now I'm just imagining Tom Cruise cooking Thanksgiving dinner in his plane, cooking bacon on his gun. I've been drinking, stop yelling. See, I knew what you meant. I knew what you meant. It was just funny to hear you say Top Gun and in relation to what we were talking about. Good times, good times. Wasn't Tom Cruise a Scientologist? Wasn't. He still is. I believe. I believe he still is a Scientologist. It's kind of crazy. I mean, I grew up Mormon, and I consider Scientologists to be a little crazy. So, you know how crazy they must be. If even my own childhood religion, I consider them to be crazy. This says, look, I have a friend who is 6 days younger than me, and I tell him all the time, maybe you'll understand when you're my age. You don't get an exception, Moon Man. That's fair. That is fair. And yeah, I can accept that. Autumn__ says, also, it'd be cool to have something I made to some degree in the game, and maybe some compensation depending on how popular the game gets. I mean, to a point, potentially. There may be room, maybe, for a little bit of some compensation depending on what kind of things were added to the game. So, yeah. I don't know if the game's going to make any money, but I could see it happening. Are you supposed to be seeing YouTube chat on stream, by the way? Wait, is it not working? Oh my gosh, wait, why isn't it working? Hey, look at that. Streamer bots, YouTube quota has been exceeded. The team is already aware of this, as working to obtain more quota from Google. Quota resets daily, so unfortunately YouTube will be unusable until the nightly reset, which typically occurs at midnight Pacific time. Everyone over on YouTube, you're talking too much. You exceeded my YouTube quota. Well, that's exciting. All right, well, I guess no more YouTube chat on the stream. That is tragic. That is really sad. Yeah, maybe I need to do a different thing. I don't know. Yeah, so the app that I'm using is called streamer.bot, and it's the one that's like combining the actual like stream chats into one chat, which is great. But apparently they have a quota that if they exceed that quota, then they cannot post any more messages to the chat. So kind of weird. I may need to try something else though. I may need to switch it up, try something else. We'll see. We will see. 1 million doll hairs per download. Exactly. You will get 1 million doll hairs for every download that I get. Have you ever watched the Book of Mormon, made by the people who made South Park? I've never actually seen it. I know of it though. I've never actually sat down to watch it. I've heard the songs. They're pretty funny. I do like them. I do love South Park, though. It's been a while since I've watched it, though. I used to have a good place to watch it for free, and then I lost that place. So, you know. Have you helped Moon Man in some way? Are you entitled to compensation? Lawyers are standing by. Please call now. No, don't get lawyers involved. You will be compensated if you helped enough. And I will be the sole decider of the definition of it now. So, good luck with that. Are you entitled? Even they don't know. The lawyers are only there to help you find out if you are. Exactly. You gotta pay the lawyer first, and then they will let you know if you are entitled. I'll send you my site I use. I mean, I think that like on their official South Park site, you can watch every single season up to the current season. I think, like for free. They may have changed it, but I don't know. I used to be more into South Park. I just kind of dropped off after a while. Same thing with Family Guy. Like I used to watch Family Guy religiously. And I don't know, just after a while. It's the same way with basically any show, though. Like, after so long, you're just kind of like, okay, I'm done. There are not many shows out there that after so many seasons that it's still worth watching, I feel. And some of them have, their ups and downs, their peaks and valleys and all that fun stuff, but I don't know what it, like, I've watched clips and random bits of episodes here and there of like modern Family Guy, American Dad, South Park, and I don't know, like I see it and I'm like, it's funny, but you've done that before. Like, I swear this has already happened in a previous episode, in a previous season, and I'm just like, all right, I don't know. Not for free, they still have you pay. I know that they let you watch with ads, and so if you just use an ad blocker, you're good to go. But I don't know. Loki says, the more you pay the lawyers, the more you are entitled. It's true. If you don't cheap out, they're going to work their best. Make sure you get as much money out of me as possible. Yeah, this is probably more of just a fun hobby / hyperfixation project, but hey, if the game pops off, I'm not going to not take my rightful funds. This is big talk from someone who's made nothing for the game yet. Hold up now, who are we talking to? Who are we talking about? I feel like there's a lot of people that have helped in many different ways over the past... Man, what have we been at this now? Like almost 5 months? Yeah, we're going to get an actual loop happening now. We're going to do that so that we can actually say we've made some good progress. I don't like to think about how long it's actually been that I have been developing this because I feel like we haven't gotten enough done in that amount of time. I know we've gone back and scrapped a lot and then had to go back the other way and re-implement things. Oh, has it really been like 5 months that I've been at this? And this is what we've got. Okay, to be fair, there's a lot of experimental stuff that we have been doing. A lot of trial and error. And I did go through and I like redesigned almost the entire thing a couple times. But we should be in a good spot. Okay, we're not going to think about that. Everything's going to be fine. It's going to be all right. Let's get the actual door working so you can exit. Okay, so down here, let's come down this way. Nope, page 4. Here we go. Autumn__ says, me to myself. Oh, gotcha. I thought you were calling out someone else. I was like, oh, hold up now. No, all of you. Wait. No, all of you who have been here much longer than me are worthless. And Loki says, I've been here since January. That is true. Loki is an OG. Loki has been here for the long haul. Jesse, I know that you've probably been here since like February, right? I feel like it's been like since February, maybe even January. Maybe. I have contributed plenty, probably. Maybe. That is a resounding maybe. Control says, you also made a whole other game. That is true. That's true. I have made a whole other game on top of it. Okay, and that was like probably about a month's worth of work. So outside of the streaming that I was doing for this game as well. That was 2 weeks of stream time, plus another like 2 weeks on top of that of like any free time I had. So my brain was kind of somewhere else during that time. All right, that's fair enough. That is fair. Okay, I know that we have been busy with other things. It is still kind of sad to be like, we've been at this for months and yeah, and we're at still basically where we were in the very beginning. Not necessarily, okay, it's not true. All right, we're gonna get off this because I'm like bringing myself down. Wait, let's not do this. Let's not do this. We're good. Everything's fine. Everything's all right. We're gonna be good. We are going to be good. Wait, what do we got here? Reddit.com/comments. These games rule. What do we got here? What do we got here? We need more game devs who actually let their games bake before releasing them. Pizza Tower was developed in 5 years. Amori took 6.5. Elden Ring, 5 years. Ooh.
Axel_Benedict just cheered a whopping 100 bits. Don't forget to thank today's sponsor, Crippling Gambling Addiction.
It's true. Thank you, today's sponsor. I appreciate that. Thank you, Axel. You're gonna blow through your bits too much. 100? That's like... That's a lot. That's what... Not bad at all. Thank you. Thank you. Elden Ring, 5 years. Baldur's Gate... Wait. I'm so sorry. Let me pull this up over here. Doo-ba-doo-doo-doo. Doo-ba-doo-doo-doo. There we go. Let's see. These games rule. I don't know why I didn't pull this up before. So here we go. We need more game devs who actually let their games bake before releasing them. Pizza Tower was developed in 5 years. Amori took 6.5. Elden Ring, 5 years. Baldur's Gate 3 took 7. Hollow Knight, Silksong, Disco Elysium, 7. All undeniably good games because the devs gave them time. All right. That's fair. I need to not be so like, we need to get this done right now. Here we go. I do need to slow down, realize that, one, I'm a one-man team. Like, it's just me. If I'm not doing the work's not getting done. And I do kind of have to realize this project is definitely becoming way bigger than what I had originally set out to do, what I originally anticipated. So, yeah. I need to make sure that I don't include too much. Don't want to add too much, get too bogged down. I do know that I need to just realize other games have taken a long time. All right, if my game takes a while, one-man show, I really only have like maybe 12 hours a week to work on this anyway, so, you know. I still just wish it was done though, so that I could just be like, here you go, everybody. Enjoy the game. Hopefully it's good. Let me know if you like it. We're gonna get there though. We're gonna get there. Autumn__ says, I had to look a while to find this because it was a picture saved on my phone, but I found it for you. Thank you. It is a good one. It is absolutely fantastic.
_Benedict cheered 5 bits. Make what you absolutely need to now, then update with game with cool shit later.
That is true. We want to get like the base game done, and then we can add stuff as the game progresses. So we will get there. It's going to be fine. We're going to get the bare minimum in there, and then we will add to it as we go along. So yes, there will be time for updates. It's just hard to not continuously add more and more and more because I'm like, ooh, here's another cool idea. Ooh, here's another cool idea. So we'll get there. We will get there. Autumn__ says, hey, if I help with art / some mechanic ideas, you still have to code them, teehee. It'll be like a 1.025 man team. Actually, sometimes, well, the thinking of ideas, that can be pretty time consuming, especially when you're trying to like flesh them all out. But the art, that is also very time consuming. Not exactly as time consuming as the actual programming, but it is still very time consuming stuff. So it would be actually a huge help. As long as you were having fun, that is what's important. And that is true. I have an absolute blast. I mean, that's why, because here's the thing. If I really wanted to just get this thing done, I wouldn't stream. And if I did stream, I wouldn't look at chats. I would just leave the chats off to the side. I wouldn't pay attention to them. I wouldn't look at them. They would just be over there. And you guys would just be chatting into the oblivion. Into the oblivion?
Axel_Benedict cheered 5 bits. When you release this game on Steam, I'll buy 10 keys to give away.
I'm gonna hold you to that. The keys are gonna be $500. Day one release. We're gonna get there. It is gonna get there. We just have to give it time. Gonna happen though. But yes, I am having fun. I do enjoy streaming it. I enjoy making it. All of it is an absolute blast for me. Like, truly and honestly, like I have so much fun with it. The chatting, the deving, all of it. Also, could you say that this is that in this game you are exceeding your expectations for what you started? I 100% am. I am definitely exceeding my expectations / probably my abilities. But hey, we're pushing ourselves, we're learning, we're growing, and that's what matters. As long as we're learning and growing and having a good time, I like it. Jesse says, I stumbled onto it like on stream 7-ish. That sounds about right. That sounds about right. It was roughly like week 2-ish. And yeah, we're on stream 53. I should have had like a special stream for stream 50. It just kind of showed up and I didn't even realize it. And then before I knew it, I was like, oh, that was stream 50. Oh, well. I'm going to have to make sure that we plan for like more fun streams in the future. Maybe stream 100. Actually, now I wonder. One, 2, 3. No. I'll count that later. I was going to see how many streams it was until my birthday. And I was going to see, like, I wonder what stream it would be on my birthday. I did go forward and I checked. My birthday is on a Tuesday this year. So we will be having a birthday stream. Just so everyone is aware. I mean, that's still months away, so don't even think about that. It literally is like months away. It's not till September, so that is still a ways away. But I did check, and I was like, ooh, we could do a birthday stream. I put on a fun hat. Maybe blow one of those kazoos every now and then. Straight into the microphone. Just really irritate people. Could be fun. Could be fun. Control says, and for what I can tell, at least, you've been quite thorough in your dev, so to be honest, I think you're in a good spot. Applying time where it matters, etc. That is true. I do try and be as thorough with what I'm making as possible. The last thing I want to do is make a game.
Axel_Benedict cheered 5 bits. When's your birthday? I'll write you a song.
All right. I will, for anyone here, I will tell you when it is. Oh my gosh, I just gave myself a heart attack. I accidentally only scrolled to August, and then I saw the day that I thought my birthday was, and I'm like, what do you mean my birthday is on Saturday? But then I was in August. So my birthday is September 16th. So it's a Tuesday, September 16th, 9/16. And yeah, so again, still a long ways off, still a very long ways off, but should be a good time. And so long as nothing between now and then changes with my stream schedule, then we'll still be having a stream then. I can't imagine if anything changes between now and then, it would be me adding more streams. So, you know, I yeah. Anyway, that is, oh yeah, that's what I was saying. So yes, Control. The last thing that I want to do is create a game that is a mile wide, but an inch deep, right? Like I want the game to feel good to play and not just look good to play. Like I don't want someone to start playing and be like, this is fun. And then 5 minutes in be like, oh, like, you know, that's the last thing that I want to have happen. So I'm like, not only do I want it to be functional, but I also want it to be fun. And so I'm like, if I make it functional, then I can focus on making it fun. So that's why we're like, right now it's kind of the boring stuff, you know, it's setting up the random tomb generation, it's setting up the mini boss to be functional, it's all these very basic things where like, it doesn't necessarily look great right now. Like, yeah, there's some flair here and there, like I've implemented some things, but for the most part, other things just kind of like pop into existence, right? And that is because eventually we will make it look better as we're making it more fun. So anyway, there's that. I bought another $10 of bits. Oh, Axel. I'm excited. So you've got Way more bits to go. Sounds like a good time. I'm excited to see them. I'm excited to see what grand things you have to put through the text-to-speech. Is a Steam launch a goal for you? Yes, yeah, I do want to have it actually be on Steam. I'm probably also going to put it on itch as well. I'm trying to decide. I know the itch would be super easy to do because I already have that all set up. It's $0 to post it on itch, and I can have it be played in the browser. I can have you download it and all that fun stuff. But yeah, I do want to actually release it on Steam as well. So that way it's on Steam, it'll be on itch, and I'll see what other platforms I might be able to put it on as well. For anyone here and anyone watching the VOD. That's a good point, Jesse. I guess anyone could just go back and rewatch it. So, yeah. And Look says, mine is a few days before yours. I think we had kind of talked about that, where it's like our birthdays were close, but just like off by a few days. But yeah, September. It's a great month to be born. Oh, wait a minute. Autumn__ says, you have a tough time getting started with practicing art and stuff, but when I get excited about stuff, man, can I get that work done? Yeah, and that's true. You got to be excited about what you're making. So hopefully, I mean, if you wanted to work on this stuff and you're excited about it, then I'm excited about it too. And it might be a benefit that I haven't really developed any art style of my own, because then I can more easily align with my art, align my art with the art you have in mind. That's true. It's possible. Just takes time. Autumn__ says, I missed a minute or two. What are we talking about? And when is your B-Day? Oh, you missed that. Well, I guess I can say it again. September 16th. September 16th will be my birthday. So again, like I said, we are still months out. So I don't need anyone worrying about it or thinking about it. It's quite literally, I just pointed it out because I was like thinking about, oh, we could do a birthday stream. It'd be kind of fun. But yeah. So September 16th. It'll be a good time. It'll be a grand old time. And Control says, oh, I know it. I'm working on a Flappy/Survivor type of prototype, but in reality, it's just state mechanics and pixel art at the moment. And hey, that is where everybody starts. Like, you're never going to start a game and have it look like a game. Like, no game has ever started looking like a game. It has always started looking like a giant, vast, open nothingness, and it's not going to look like anything until you make it look like something. And once you make it look like something, then I've got nothing past that. Then it's a game. And then you've got a game. So, yep. Anyway.
Axel_Benedict cheered 10 bits. I'm working on siphoning my mead and it definitely smells like such.
Smells like such. Never smelled such before. But I can only imagine it smells amazing. Fermenting mead? It's gotta smell like the best thing in the world. Autumn__ says, no, yeah, I'm totally up for helping with a decent amount of art. Well, I'm excited to see what you got. And also, Proso, welcome. Welcome to the stream. Glad you're here. How's your day going? How's your week been so far? And okay, cool. We're all caught up. All right. So here's what we've got so far. We need to make the loop now. So basically, we had a loop working before. Now we just need to actually make it so you can go through the door again, loop into the next dungeon, and yeah. So let's do that really quick. I know that it's not actually that great of a time, but it's like an oddly satisfying thing to be able to just like merge these dice together and like create new ones. Like that's also kind of a big hope and focus for this, is like just the little things are hopefully going to be fun. Like just collecting dice, merging them together, you know, making it, I actually want to implement them. I want to make it so if you drag a dice on top of another one, they swap instead of just jumping back. I feel like that's going to be something that people are going to want to do, is being able to like swap dice. It's kind of frustrating that you can't do that right now. Anyway, so yeah, it's the little things. It's, you know, the merging of dice, The moving around the dungeon, finding things, fighting monsters, I'm hoping that will be a fun thing for people. I guess time will tell. We'll see if it's actually fun or not. Or maybe all of this will be for naught. Yeah. Prosto says, I think fermented mead is just rotten. Oh, no. Sorry. Yeah, so I said it's mead, not meat. So like a, here, let me, So, mead, it's a type of alcohol. But yeah, it's, so Axel is, fermenting and making his own mead. So, yeah, so definitely not rotten meat, but, yeah, and I definitely should have, enunciated the eed instead of the eat. Because yes, if you're fermenting meat, that is just bad meat, and you should not be, oh wait, I just realized. There we go, mead, that is mead, not meat. Yes, so, I can't remember what I was saying. Yeah, Axel is fermenting mead. So if you are fermenting meat, though, that is a bad thing. You should throw that out and do not eat the fermented meat. Bad stuff. Okay, here we go. Oh, let's see here. An auto sort would be nice too. That would actually also be really nice. An auto sort and an auto merge, I feel like could be really nice additions. So that it's, yeah, that way you're not having to manually, because maybe some people just want to be able to play the game and they don't want to worry about merging dice, sorting their dice, all that fun stuff. So yeah, I think I might also add a merging and an auto sorting. We'll see what happens. I mean, there's also just like all sorts of little things that I want to add eventually. You know, like eventually I do want to add a auto battler, which basically it'll just auto battle for you. So if anyone is like, I don't want to really play Blackjack, but I want to play the game.
Axel_Benedict cheered 5 bits. Jerry.
Oh, I missed the last one. Jerry. The perfect chant. Whatever auto you want to add, if it's not a part of the game core, make it optional. Oh yes, 100%. Yeah, any of the auto things will 100% be optional. You will not be forced to auto sort. You won't be forced to auto merge. You won't be forced to auto battle. That'll all be something that, like, I'll probably put it in the settings, so you can go into the settings. It's, well, say for example, in here, you know, you've got your options and then you've got your accessibility options right here. We are going to be adding accessibility options. So things like colorblind mode, you know, maybe some type of motor skill disability type mode. So like trying to make it so that the controls are more manageable. Because right now it is very much relying on you using the mouse and the keyboard. But eventually, you know, I'm going to be adding controls to make it so that, you know, for accessibility reasons, for, you know, if people have any motor skills, colorblind, anything like that, I'm going to try and account for as much as I possibly can. So also within here, you would also have things like auto battlers for anyone who doesn't want to play Blackjack. You just turn on the auto battler and it will auto battle through everything, and then you can just keep playing the game. The auto merging, so that it'll just merge the dice for you, so you don't have to worry about that if you don't want to think about it. And then of course the auto sorting, so it'll just sort all your dice as you pick them up, and yeah, hopefully should be good. And colorblind mode be adjusted in port processing shader. I don't think so. And I still haven't looked super into it, how to like account for colorblind mode, because I know that there are different types of color blindness. That is one thing that I do know. There are different types of color blindness, and so some people are colorblind to like actual colors, right? Like certain shades of colors, like when they get too close to another shade, you just can't see that color anymore. So there would need to be like a high contrast mode, so so the contrasts are keeping things far away, like the colors far away from each other. That way you can actually know what is what. And then there's also different colorblind modes where like people's colors, like they don't see color the exact same way as other people see them. And so just if the colorblind mode is on, making sure that like, or maybe even just trying to design the gameplay in general around just not having colors. So basically not having things tied to, hey, do this color, right? So like say, for example, like if you're needing to put dice onto some type of table and put them into a certain pattern, not being like, hey, put the red dice here. Unless, of course, it is very, very distinct. So like we would have maybe some type of pattern on the dice. So you'd be like, hey, put the red dice here. But if you have the colorblind mode on, it'd say, hey, put the dice with this symbol on it here. So maybe. So it'd be things like that. Yep. So that would be the plan anyway. And Autumn __ says, yeah, and honestly, Moon Man, I think I work best when I have a specific guideline / idea already in mind. So just saying, I want a boss looking like this, styled like this, or here's my wall / door ideas. Try stuff like this might actually be very helpful. Well, there we go. Yeah, I definitely have my very specific ways that I want things to look. So I will give you the criteria, and should be a good time. Maybe then add it to yes, absolutely. Let's see, what do we got here?
_Benedict cheered 5 bits. Another good colorblind idea is different shaped D20s.
Yeah, we could go with like different shapes. I mean, like, the D20 is kind of difficult to like change the shape of, just because like, you know, that's what makes the D20 a D20, is like it's got its 20 sides, and that is like that shape can't really be changed. But we could maybe change like rotations, and we don't even necessarily have to stick specifically with the way the D20 looks, right? Because we come in here, we've got the pictures, we've got the D20s, right? So this is my old D20 that I made. Again, I'm not a pixel artist by any means, but like this is the one that I made. I know that Devious Oatmeal made a much better looking version that I need to actually still go in and implement. But yeah, doing something where it's like maybe changing like, I don't know, how it sits or something like that could also be a good way to do it as well. But yes, absolutely, I do like that idea, Axel. I like where you're going with that, 100%. But yeah, that's true. Yeah, Prosto does bring up a good point. Yes, like the D20, you can't really change without it like not looking like a D20 anymore. But with your idea though, Axel, it would be something like either rotating it in a different way, like changing something about it so that it's not just the color changing, but like the shape itself maybe changing. Just, and again, like this is our game, we can do whatever we want with it. So like we can have a D20 that looks like a D4 and be like, yeah, it's a D20, what of it? So, you know, we could do that as well. Change the direction of light source, we could do that too. Yeah, have the light source kind of coming in from like this angle instead of this angle. Yeah, so it's like lighter on this side, darker, and so on and so forth. Do that as well. Absolutely. So yeah, definitely things we could do. We can also utilize the different icons that are on the cards themselves and put them somewhere on the dice as well. So you kind of have those different icons to help you know which one is which, that kind of thing. And let's see, what have I missed over here? The dice merging is what I wanted to get the game for. Well, then don't turn on the auto sorter / merger. Also, Jerry says, what's up, buddy, Jerry? Jerry's back, everybody. Definitely something to note down for a quality of life push. Absolutely. Yeah, that's probably gonna be something that comes much later, because it shouldn't be too difficult to implement, but it's something that's not necessarily needed, and so it's kind of like, you know, we'll get there eventually. Just don't need it right now. Let's see, does Maker have shaders? There are some plugins to change shaders, like to change the look of the game a little bit, but it doesn't necessarily out of the box have shaders. Like it's yeah, definitely not anything like that. Like what you see on the screen is what is on the screen, basically. So I mean, we can do things like you can like tint pictures and things like that, but like there's not really like any shaders in RPG Maker, unfortunately. But we can always we can improvise them on our own. We can kind of like make it do what we want it to do. So we can get there. We can get there. Maybe make the dice style more elemental symbols so that people can associate them and not worry about the color so much. We could do that as well. Because yeah, kind of like I was saying, we've got the different like the icons on the cards. So like you've got like the fire kind of thing going on here. You've got the like stone looking thing here for the geo. You've got the ghost skull thing. I still am not 100% sure what it's supposed to be. I think it's supposed to be like a skull or a spirit. One of those. Because that is for necromancy. And then if we come over here, we've got the water droplets for the hydro. That's the one. Yeah. So we could utilize those as well. All things that will come down eventually down the pike. We just need to get there, and it'll be a good time. Jerry says the color mode could be less accessibility and more customization, like how Pokemon let you pick the border. That is true, and we could also have more of like customization things over accessibility as well. So just kind of depends, what we're gonna do once we get there, all that fun stuff. Let's see. IOSpec has, I think that's IOSpec or a low spec. Maybe that's low spec. Has a colorblind 16 palette that you could look into for straight palette swaps, and we could try that as well. Because I've got a color palette myself. Let me see here. I guess it would be. Let's do this. We close that. We're here. Color palette. Yeah, so I've got my color palette here that I'm like trying to stick with for everything that I build out. So like you've got like 6 different shades of each color. So you got your purples, your blues, your greens, your yellows, your oranges, your reds. And so that's what I'm like trying to stick with so that I don't go any more or any less colors than this. But we could simplify it with a different color palette as well. Change the direction of light source. You can your game, but it's like it doesn't work like that. I mean, that's true. I mean, having a consistent light source is important. That is true. It's definitely an idea, something we could look into. Just like say that all numbers are 4, just looks different. Wet magic. Yeah. And again, this is something that we'll kind of figure out as we go down the road. We would need to get the game actually finished, and then we'll figure out things like that, the accessibility and all of that stuff. So, yeah. Anyway, okay, cool. Well, wait. Jerry says purple magic symbol. The purple symbol looks like a skull facing right, and it's about to bite. That is very possible that it could be something like that. I can see it now. See, before what I was seeing was like these were the eyes, right? And it was kind of like tilted to the side. I guess it'd be this side, and it's like. That's what I'm seeing. But it could also be just turned to the side. It's like, let's. Ah! Yep, I see it now. I see it. Okay. I don't know why my mouth opening about to bite sound, it sounds like freaking the dad from The Simpsons. And not like the dad, but the grandpa from The Simpsons. Hey! Old man. All right, let's get this actual exit working and the loop going, and then we'll go from there. Rosa says, wait, I think it's what is from the start. It's not supposed to be a screaming skull. I'm not 100% sure. So I created some other symbols that looked like hot garbage. And actually, I think they might be on the poo-poo cards. Nope, never mind. Those are symbolless. Symbolus. And that does not have the cards at all. All right, never mind. I don't have any backups of the old cards. But yeah, the old symbols on the old cards looked terrible. They were not good. And so yeah, so DV's Oatmeal came in and definitely turned things around and make things look way better. Jerry says, you know what really helps with accessibility? Conveyor belts. Actually, Jerry, funny you should mention that. I took a little bit of time yesterday. I got a very janky conveyor belt working where, so I only had conveyor belts moving in like a right direction. Sorry, but my camera is reversed. So this is right for me, but that's right for everybody else. I have them working in a right direction where if you step on them, you'll start moving automatically to the right. And then if you go against the conveyor belt, you can walk on the conveyor belt, but then you move slowly. And then if you stop, you start just kind of moving along again. And then if you try to move up or down, you move off. But like I said, it is very janky, and I do not have it on this computer. It is on my laptop that I left at work. So I can show it off on Thursday though. I had to take one of my laptops to work, and I accidentally left it on my desk. So I apologize for that. But I will show you, and you'll see like that it works, but it's janky. So just keep that in mind. It was also a lot of work just to get the right direction working, and so to get all 4 of them would be a little much, but it'd be possible. Just janky. And when I say janky, I mean when you're walking onto the conveyor belt, it doesn't automatically and instantly start letting you do stuff, right? So like if it's in the middle of like moving the character and you press the left key, sometimes there's like a little bit of a delay before it actually starts moving you to the left. Same thing like if you're trying to walk off the conveyor belt, it like you get on the conveyor belt and it kind of like moves you a little bit and then you get off. So it's not perfect, but it kind of technically works. Kind of. Yeah, if I have a little bit of time tomorrow, I'll probably work on it a little bit more, see if I can de-jankify it a little bit more. So on Thursday, I'm going to show it. I'm going to show it off. As soon as Jerry gets in here, we will all chant Jerry's name, and then I'll show off the potential conveyor belts. So yeah, it's good times. Good times. Autumn__ says, hey, you got an artist on retainer now. But also, I think the cards look great. Well, I appreciate that. There are definitely things about most of the assets in the game I'm happy with, I'm proud of, I like them. There are definitely some that I'm like, I should probably change that one of these days. One of these days we'll get those replaced. Probably the biggest thing right now are the monsters and the player characters. Those are like the 2 biggest things right now that I'm like, I need to change/edit that. So, you know. Some random dev said it might do that because the player is on half of one tile and half of the other. Dude, ridiculously more difficult than how simple you'd figure it would be, right? It really is. It like, you think about it and you're like, can you make a moving conveyor belt where when you stand on it, the player slowly moves, and if you walk off, you just get off, and if you're walking against it, you move against it, and if you're walking with it, you move faster. Sounds simple. I don't know how it's so janky, but kind of is. Okay, so we have the door changing what it's showing here. So it shows that door. Yes, okay, so here we go. So what we need to do is when you're fighting the monster, yada, 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 so over here. Yes, okay. Actually, let's grab this. We need to grab this conditional branch. Grab that there. And then we're gonna say on the player damage monster animation. So here we go. So hit monster, dead monster. If dead monster is on, we do all of this. Add to slay monster, add to XP gain. Here, dead monster's on, drop an item, spawn geodice, yada, yada, yada. Okay, then we do all of this stuff here. So current room monster equals -1. We go, and then let's do this. So if the starting exit room is equal to the player location, and if current room monster is equal to 0, which it should be, so we actually don't need to check for that. Let's actually just delete that, paste that there, and we're going to change this to exit door 2. So with that, we should be able to. Also, let's come in here. I want to change enemies. We're going to change the mini bosses HP down to like 5, because they've got way too much health for me to actually test this and see if it actually works. So let's go in here. Let's kill a mini boss, and let's see if it actually opens the door. So here we go. Variable 36 is equal to 23. So let's go to room 23. Come on. Jeez. Okay, there we go. 15. Let's draw. Oh, crap. 15, but it's a soft hand. Okay, it's a 7. We're good. No. 4. 14. I am so bad at blackjack. What the freak is my problem? All right, we're standing on. I am so bad at blackjack. This is my game. Stop killing me. Okay. Soft hand. That is not a soft hand. That is a hard 17. All right, we're sticking with 17. Yeah, worth it. All right, 20. We're sticking with 20. Yeah. There we go. The door opens up. Ah, there we go. All right. What the? Oh. 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 All right, that's awkward. Okay. Huh.
Axel_Benedict cheered 5 bits. My mead somehow has more alcohol than it should have. And by that I mean its 11% projected ABV turned into a 21% final ABC.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so like almost double. That is crazy. I like it though. That's a good time. Man, that's insane. What did you do? What did you do, Axel? Did it just like happen? Like nothing too crazy, just happened like that? Looks like some unpredictable situation happening there. Oh my gosh. I didn't. I see it now. I see it. Yeah, that is an unpredictable situation happening there. We're just gonna move off that screen now. There we go. That's better. Oh my gosh.
Axel_Benedict cheered 5 bits. I added way too much honey and fruit and the yeast ate it up so much that there is enough alcohol in this mead to overthrow a small government.
Well, I would say that is absolutely fantastic, and maybe save that recipe so that you can make it again. Also, thank you, Prosto. I appreciate you pointing that out. I don't know what it is. I don't know how I keep accidentally making those kinds of shapes. But I do. I do. Also, technically, that is not supposed to be there. Like, see, as you can see, it's gone now because you're not supposed to be able to put dice down on the exit. Because it used to be a staircase here, and so you couldn't put them down. But now we actually do want you to be able to put dice down on the exit. Oh my gosh. Oh, so much back and forth. So much freaking back and forth. Loki says accidentally on purpose. Exactly. It was accidentally on purpose.
Axel_Benedict cheered 5 bits. What did I tell you about phallic doors?
It's not my fault. It's not my fault. It was technically a bug, because see, you can't actually put it down here now. It was technically a bug, so it wasn't my fault. Ugh, it was just a happy accident. Hey, guys. Developing stuff is hard, okay? And that is the last of the puns I will make. All right. Ooh, boy. It says, wait, shouldn't that 22 have been a 13, or do you have a 4-card limit I forgot about? Wait. Wait. Did the monster... Oh, no. Oh, no. Now I feel like I need to go back and check. Hold up, everybody. Everybody strap in. We're going in the time machine again. All right, is everyone buckled up? Here we go. Back in time. All right, let's get back to where we were.
Axel_Benedict cheered 5 bits. If I win a nickel for every time Moonman made a phallic door, I'd have 2 nickels. Which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice.
That's true. Oh, it's happened more than twice. It has definitely happened more than twice. All right, here we go. Here we go. Let's see here. All right, so 2. Oh, wait, Jesse, was it on my hand or the monster's hand? Okay, so 15. 24, okay. I'm guessing it was the monster's hand, right? Wait, shouldn't that 22 have been a 13? So let's see here. Oh wait, are you meaning my 22? So this one right here? You had like 2 aces, I thought. No. So this is a king. It did go by very fast though. So here. So like, it goes by way too fast because it draws and then it goes away. I think we need to add just a little bit more wait time because we got the 4, the ace, the 7, and then the king. As long as this is the one that you are referring to. Yeah, it definitely goes by way too fast because it's like I draw the card and it's literally half a second and then it goes away. I think we maybe need like a full second so you can actually like fully comprehend what is happening. Also, look how young I was. So full of life. So excited for just everything the world had to offer. And now look at me. An old man. Well, everyone, don't age 6 minutes. It does things to you. All right. Here we go. Control said second guessing my suggestion to round off the north door shading from the other stream after that. Yeah. Maybe I just need to stop making freaking rounded doors. I keep making a rounded door and then it just doesn't turn out well. Not at all. So, yeah, maybe we just need to not do that at all. Also, we need to just come in here. Why did I say it like that? We need to just come in here with the code. Okay, all right. So here's the problem. So you pick up the dice, yada yada yada. So this is all the dice slots. Current room 1. I know there's a condition in here. It's got to be right here, right? Script: if game variables 94 is less than or equal to 0. There we go. That's the one. And if player's location is not equal to exit. That is what we need to get rid of. This is player's location not equal to exit. So let's grab that. Delete that. Okay. I think that should actually fix that. Let's go test another door. Now, I know that technically will mean that you could make some phallic shapes, but that's okay. Because we're going to make a square door. See, but here's the thing. I'm like, okay, the square doors are the normal doorways,
5
right?
bits. That mead will now be aging for the next week and a half, but after it's done, as promised, you will get a bottle of that brew if I have to walk there myself.
Well, I'm excited for it. Especially now that I know what kind of content it's got in it, so it should be a good time. Anyway, yeah, so it's definitely is. I wanted it to be different because I was like, well, the regular doorways are squared off, and so I was like, well, let's have the exit be more rounded, and it just keeps. Never mind. I'm not gonna say that. Considering the context, I am not going to say it keeps backfiring on me. All over me. Anyway, 20, crap. 17, that is a soft 17. All right, 14. 16. No! 17 will stand on a 17. 18 will stand on an 18. Yeah, take that, you freaking mini boss. 19 will stand on a 19. Are you kidding me? 11, let's draw another one. Ooh, there we go. Beat that, Jack. That's what I thought. Idiot. What the freak is card 4-0? What do you mean you're trying to load card 4-0? Alright, we need to figure out this freaking bug. I don't know what this bug is, but it's not good. It is not good. Not at all. Let's see here. Yeah, I thought it was a second ace. Yeah, and I have thought that a few times too, so maybe it is going by just a little bit too fast. It can be that fast if you add more animation of some sort to the feedback, i.e. color flashing, card ripping, etc. That's true, and we could probably add something like that later. Also, you can have a round door. It just can't have 2 doorknobs. It's not the doorknobs that are the problems. It's the it's the dice that go below it. That's the problem. That is the problem. A month and a half, not week. Oh, gotcha. Month and a half. That's totally fine. I was gonna say, like, that seems to be brewing and fermenting a lot faster than I thought it would, but that makes sense. Month and a half. I'm not gonna say thing I was trying not to say. That's true, I guess I did end up saying it anyway. Let's see here. Loki says, a very happy accident. Hey. The door has been down here for a while. Just gonna say that. So, you know. A new face, get a happy door. That's all. I don't know. As for me, that was a very strongly engineered door. Hopefully, at least one person will get this. This is a very strong engineered door. Engineered on purpose. Engineered accidentally on purpose. All right. So, what the freak is trying to load? Image pictures card 4-0. It is something with the mini boss. Yeah? It's gotta be. The problem is, I can't go in and check the variables when that error pops up. That's like the biggest problem. I haven't watched RCE in a hot minute, but I got you. Oh, well. If that was an actual reference, then I didn't get it. Funny thing with those doorways, there are no doors, but I can still see knobs. Alright, we're gonna move on. We're gonna fix this bug. So is card 4 bugged or... So the issue is... So right here, it's trying to show card 0. So card 0 is the back of the card. So actually, no. The issue is not that. The issue is, I believe... actually, I think I might know what's going on. I think it's this right here. So this is trying to show a card based off of 2 different variables. These 2 variables right here. So the card 2 value and the card 2 suit. But I think what might be happening, so if we come over here with the attack, this is what's actually clearing most of the stuff. So down here, turns on 915A to true. Turn on draw cards, turn off draw cards. Actually, no, that's not going to be the issue. Can we get any debug printing on the error? Unfortunately, not. That is probably the biggest downfall of RPG Maker, is when you get a JavaScript error, it gives you absolutely nothing. Like, quite literally nothing. And it sucks. The erroring out
Axel
for RPG Maker.
Benedict cheered 5 bits. The alcohol content in the drink got me a buzz more than the alcohol I was actually drinking.
Well, there you go. That's how you know it's good. Is it trying to pull something it shouldn't, or is the thing it's trying to pull corrupt/null? So technically, it would be a null value. So that's the reason why it's getting a 0. So let me unfull screen this here. So the naming conventions for the cards, I don't know how well you're going to be able to see this. Let's try this. Let's do primary display. We will just, yeah, something like that. So right here, you can see the naming convention is card number dash number. So like 1-8, for example. So what we're trying to do, we get all this back in order. Actually, wait, I put this here, and I do this. Aha! There we go. Everything's back in order. So basically the way that I'm trying to show these images is over here, it will set two variables. So one variable between 1 and 13, so that's the base value, so ace, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, so on and so forth. And then 1 through 4 is the suit. So we got the 4 different elements, right? So you got the red, the green, the purple, the blue. And then it should show an image based off of those parameters. So it's going to show card plus variable 512 plus dash plus variable 502. Yada, yada, yada. So the issue is when it's trying to load card, and I think the error message was card 4-0, that means that this variable here is equal to 0, which it shouldn't be, because there should be a value. And so there is no card 4-0. So I need to find out what is making this variable zero out like that. Because it basically should be setting this variable and then instantly showing that picture. So there's something that's like running at the exact same time as this event and zeroing out that variable. I don't know what it would be though. I'm also going to really quickly though check down here. Monster Blackjack. No, because it wasn't that. First variable is suit, second is value. Exactly, yeah. Sounds like a race condition. Yeah, and it's... Yeah. But that's the thing is, like, all of the variables should have value, right? Because, like, it's literally setting the values here and here. And then within the same frame, it should be showing that card with those variables as the value. So let's see what happens. So we come down here to show card. So image layer 38, card plus 511 plus dash plus 501. You have a default of 2 instead of null. We could do that. Yeah. Make a Joker for default. You can do Joker as well. It's just so you can see the error. Yeah. The thing is, like, I'm not sure. Because I'm also not sure which card it's actually trying to show. The other issue with RPG Maker is it gives itself a few seconds when it tries to load an image, and if an image does not exist, it waits for like 5 seconds before it actually throws up the error. So the error you're seeing and the image you see on screen is not necessarily reflective of what is actually happening at that moment. So it is, yeah, like JavaScript bug diagnosing in RPG Maker, absolutely horrible stuff. Like, it's not designed for it at all. Which is understandable, you know, it's, they're not really, sorry, I just sat on my headphone wire. They're not really out here trying to enable you much to use JavaScript. Because really you're supposed to just come in here and say, hey, show image layer 28 and show this image and show it here and there you go. And it has all that information there and ready to go. So yeah, so this stuff you definitely start getting into a little bit more dicey areas. It should still work though. So I think maybe what we're gonna try here, because it wasn't a blackjack, was it? Now I feel like I need to go back. All right, we're going to the time machine one more time. Here we go. Everyone strap in. It's before that. Let's keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. Keep going. A little bit more. Almost there. Still further. There we go. Okay. All right. All right. All right. All right. All right. All right. Back. 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 Okay. Four, 10, 7, 10, 7, ace, ace. It's possible. Wait. So 4-1. So what is 4? 4 is blue. Okay. Okay, that's the other very confusing thing. There's not even that suit here. It's not even showing a suit of 4. You beat the monster and is still trying to draw a card.
Axel_Benedict cheered 5 bits.
Oh no.
Do you remember the song Albuquerque? Well, from now on, once per stream, I will jump scare you with one part of the song until it's finished. And you'll never know when it will be.
I do know the song Albuquerque. I actually think I talked about this like a few weeks ago. I was debating I was going to actually recite the whole thing on stream at one point. Maybe I will. Maybe I will still. I'll let it happen. Let it happen, Axel. You beat the monster and it was still trying to draw a card. Let's see. That's why it's telling you it failed to show it. That card is what was going to be drawn, but one that was in play. Check what happens when you beat a monster. All right, let's go through this slowly. Slow it down. Okay, so they bust. They shouldn't have busted here, though. That is definitely a really good thought. 100%. But yeah, so this is a 10, so 17. That should be 18, 19. So was the issue is going to try and draw a card because it was not technically a bust. Yes, we've got 17. And then that becomes an 18. 19. Wait. Yeah, so it is a 19. Card 5. Okay, so that would have been card 5.
Axel_Benedict cheered 5 bits. If you find a bug, the best thing to do is screen record or clip it and post in the TOV channel in the Discord. BTW, don't forget to join the Discord, like, and subscribe.
Exactly. Don't forget. Okay, so it would have been trying to draw card 5. The question then would be, over here. Here's it. So draw card 3. Draw card 4. Draw card 5. Okay. What the crap is 554? What variable is 554? Well, we found the error, everybody. We found the error. We found the bug. It is calling upon variable 554. What is variable 554, you ask? Not a clue. It's a blank variable. It has nothing to do with anything. It should be calling on variable 505. 554 should be 505.
Axel_Benedict cheered 5 bits. Variable 554 was what I asked to spawn in my lunch. Sorry about that, I was being lazy.
That's fair. Yeah, definitely a typo. Mutation of Aura, you are 100% correct there. Definitely a typo. Because yeah, it's supposed to be 515 and 505. Because this is 514, 504. 513, 503. It's supposed to kind of like go up by tens, right? So yeah, this should have been 515, 505, but instead it was 515, 554. So my guess is, because I copied and pasted this code, so my guess is when I copied and pasted it, and I was going in to edit this, I should have typed 505, but for some reason I did 5. I have absolutely no freaking idea. Anyway, we're gonna hit save on that one, and yeah. So now if we come over here, let's full screen that. Oh, thank you everyone for coming here to my embarrassing live stream of game development. Terrible stuff, absolutely terrible. But yes, but control, like you were suggesting, probably having some kind of default, like a catch-all, would probably be a good way to go, just in case we run into this kind of error again, or if we have any kind of issue sometime in the future where it is trying to call on a value that just doesn't exist. Instead of having it error out, it would be better just have it default to just some random number, right? So yeah, we should probably do that anyway. Even though we found the fix, we should definitely still have an actual catch-all to make sure that doesn't actually happen again. And of course I went into an edit. Let me just go up. Oh, we ran into a broken spawn. Every time I think that the random tomb generation is actually working bug-free, run into an issue where, yep, you just have an issue like that. Good times. All right. Crap. We cannot be going to 54 again because it is a new spawn. Of course, it's room 4. Why wouldn't it be anything other than that? All right, here we go. Room 4. Let's see if we can get them to draw up to 5 cards again. See if we can get past this. There we go. All 3 cards. Yada, yada, yada. 5, 15. Okay. Well, that didn't work out. Let's do this. We're going to artificially set their cards so they have to draw up to 5. I think that'd be good. Let's see. Wait. Jerry said that card is what was going to be drawn. Oh, that's right. Yes. That card is what was going to be drawn, but it didn't show because there was no card 4-0 to actually show. Unfortunately, but we found it. Thank freaking goodness. 11 and 1. You have aces as both 11 and a 1, so it's combined to make 29. But because it could also be lower, but it still tried to play one more card. That is also true. That is also a very good point. Sacrifice is real right now. That's pretty brutal of you. So I don't know how I feel about this. Let's see. What have I missed? Yes, definitely a typo. 100%. I've got to hop off to go to sleep now. See you Thursday. Thank you so much for being here, @__. I will be sending you a message with some examples, and yeah, we'll definitely be chatting later. And Mutation Voice says, conditional branch of if variable console.log the variable name. I don't know if console.log works in RPG Maker. It might, maybe. I mean, the engine pretty hard locks up when it runs into an issue like that. But I don't know, we could see. I've never actually tried it, so we could see if it's a 0/null. Axel, can you shout out my last message? Oh, can you shout my last message? Sorry about that. Sorry, @__. I was very focused, unfortunately. 39 watching and only 2 likes. Come on, guys, like and subscribe. Yeah, Jerry, you know what's up. Absolutely. Come on, everybody, like and subscribe. Let's get this stream up there. But the fact that there are 38 people watching, that's pretty impressive. I am shocked, honestly, that there are that many people watching. So thank you for being here. Glad you're here. Even if you're not chatting, I appreciate you being here. But yeah, Mutation of Aura, I will definitely have to look into using that the next time, because anytime when it comes to like JavaScript stuff in RPG Maker, I'm like, anything outside of the norm, I just feel like you can't really do much outside of the norm. So I always just am trying to like, well, we're just gonna have to search for the problem on our own. Okay, so that should fix that bug. So let's write that down because I really want to document all these bugs. Because I'm just like, I always feel like there's not much that's going on, but it's like, no, squashing bugs. That's what's going on. Also, I just realized. There we go. That should hopefully make it easier to read stuff at the bottom. Okay. This one is a bug, and it was the 5th monster card was calling on the wrong variable or the card value. Yep. That was that. Well, this has definitely turned into more of like a bug squashing session, but sometimes you gotta have those bug squashing sessions. No, he's a very scary ghost. Wait, you talking about our good old ghost man right here? It's terrifying. Horrifying. I even called him out in the last devlog. Absolutely terrifying stuff. Horrible, terrifying stuff. Okay, so that is that. Now, oh yeah, that's what we were doing. We were testing out stuff.
Axel_Benedict cheered 5 bits. Wouldn't, way back when the monster drew a card, he'd draw the entire room instead.
Wait. Wouldn't way back when the monster drew a card, he'd draw the entire room instead. Oh yeah, that's true. That was a bug that happened. That did actually happen. Yes. Yeah, the monster tried to draw a card and basically just took the entire room and put it in his deck. That was terrifying stuff. That was horrifying stuff. I can't remember which stream that was in, but I'm pretty sure that was like just a couple weeks ago, maybe. I don't know. I'm going back through my streams because like I've said before, like I'll usually just turn on while I'm at work, I'll just turn on my live streams in the background to listen to, so I can then like make shorts out of, some of the crazy stuff that happens. And I haven't come across that one again. So it must have been fairly recent because I'm pretty behind in my re-stream watching. Because, yeah, I literally just finished watching the last episode of the Lemonade on Main Street stream. That was the last one that I just finished watching. And I realized there wasn't a whole lot of shorts content to get out of the that game development. There was some, but not as much as this one. I feel like we have more weird bugs and interesting things that happen with the Tomb of Versilius. All right, let's stand on 17, 15, 12, 16. Hey, look at that. He ran out of cards to draw. Oh, I didn't think we would run into that issue that early on. Yeah, we need to make it so the monster can actually draw more than 5 cards, obviously. But for now, let's do this. So 36, room 21. Let's go to room 21. Of course, I hit a dead end. Go. All right. We've got a soft 13, soft 19, but I would say a soft 19. That's pretty good. 12, 18, 27. Ooh, yeah. Take that. 14, let's draw one more. Ugh, I shouldn't have drawn one more. 19, we're sticking with 19. 12, 22. Sucker. So, I believe...
Axel_Benedict cheered 5 bits. In the voice of Pegasus, and for my next turn, Yugi boy, I put the room we're playing into defense mode.
Exactly. He knew what was up. He's like, you can't fight me if I have the room. You have the high ground? I have the room. Okay, I don't know why I can't put these here. But I have an idea. Russell says, why 18 soft? Oh, like for the hand? So when you have an ace, it's considered to be worth 11. Unless, of course, you would go over 21, then it will revert back to 1. So if you have an ace in your hand, and if you have something else like equal to 18, but all you have is that ace and that one other card, it's considered a soft hand, because if you were to draw again, and if you were to technically go over 21, that ace then switches to become a 1, so that you have more opportunity to draw. So if you have a soft hand, it's really good, because if you haven't drawn quite enough, you can just draw another card, and even if you would have gone over, it'll then drop back down to being a 1, so you have more overhead. So yeah, so the soft hands, you definitely want the soft hands. If you see an ace, it is your friend. Like it is a good thing. But yeah, so that's when I say I have a soft 18, a soft 19. That means like, yeah, we've got that number, but I could try drawing again because maybe I'll get like because if I've got a soft 19, that's a really good draw, but I could potentially draw a 5 and then a 6, and then I would have a hard 20, something like that. But I would say if you ever draw basically above like a 17 is usually where you kind of want to start drawing the line, unless of course you have a soft hand, then you can draw. So yeah, I'm actually cutting out a lot of the extra and confusing stuff about Blackjack because I don't even understand it. And so if I don't understand how to play it, I definitely can't program it. And so I'm like, okay, I will include soft hands. I will include all of that fun stuff. But I am definitely not including things like you can like do split hands where like if you draw certain types of cards, you can like split your hand and then you have 2 hands that you're betting with. And it just gets so ridiculous. And I'm just like, I am not going to implement that at all. So yeah. But soft hands, I'm like, that's kind of an absolute must. But then since you're not actually really like gambling with things, it's really just the damage. I was like, we'll just not do the splits. So yeah. Control says, dude, splits are great. I have tried multiple times to understand them, and I kind of get the concept, but they just take Blackjack to a whole nother level, and I'm just like, whoosh, way over my head. But yeah, I wouldn't want to do it in Maker. Yeah, that kind of stuff in RPG Maker. The soft hands are already kind of crazy enough. Like, this is everything I have to go through. Actually, no, this is just assigning different values to the different types of cards. This is the stuff for soft hands, and that's just for the monster. If you want to see the player's soft hand stuff, it is starting here and going down all the way to here. That is for all 11 cards. No, that's for 8 cards. We haven't even done all the cards yet. There's going to be more to actually take into account the actual soft hands. So, I don't need to see your soft hands. Well, too bad, I'm showing you my soft hands. Look at those soft hands. Look at them. So many soft hands. 8 soft hands to be precise. Anyway, I feel like anyone who is just clicking on the video and they came into that, I would like to formally apologize for showing you my soft hands immediately when you joined. Please don't click away. It's a good time in here, I promise. Okay, so the issue was when you were trying to put the dice down on the floor, it was not allowing you to. And I believe the reason why is because... So if you release... Let's see, what do we got here?
Axel_Benedict cheered 5 bits. Hands so soft your grandpa would start talking about how school was uphill both ways.
Yeah, probably. I mean, my hands are actually soft, but that's a good point. It's a good point. Mutation Force says, Moon Man getting handsy. Oh no. That is very oh no. Very much so oh no. Oh boy, what do we got here? What do we got here, Loki? What do we got here? I'm gonna pull it up because it's on YouTube, so there must not be anything too crazy. And it is a scary movie. All right, here we go. We all ready for this?
Help! Help!
Here, oh, take my hand.
Ah!
Come on. You're gonna fall unless you take my hand.
No, give me your other hand.
Oh, my other hand isn't strong enough. You take my little hand.
No, get it away from me.
Take it. Take my hand.
Exactly. Take my hand. Because my other hand's not strong enough. Thank you, Loki. I appreciate that. Oh, scary movie. Those are some good movies. All right. So here we've got the if statements. So if that's just getting the X and the Y, X and Y, and if 94 is less than or equal to 0. So long as there's not a monster in the room, and so long as you're in this area there and there. Okay, cool. That could actually be the problem.
_Benedict cheered 5 bits. I thought this was gonna be the kinky ghost scene from Scary Movie 3.
No, Axel. No kinky ghost scenes up in here. We keep those to a minimum. I'm saying there's a chance, but a minimum. Okay, so let's go to 34. Let's go up and over. There we go. Okay, so then variable 94 is current room monster is equal to 101. Now I just want to see. Okay, so we've got a soft 15. Oh, there we go. 21. Beat that sucker. Oh, you can't. 19. Staying. 18. 25. All right, that was actually a pretty good hand. All right, so what do we got here? We've got 94 is equal to -1. Okay, so it's not that condition then, because we're actually setting it to be that. Then if you ever let go and then you try to put it back here, it doesn't actually let you go. So it's got to be something else. It's got to be something else in here. So let's come over here. This is the actual released portion. So probably what it is. It's down, so you got the quick pickup. So that's dice 2-1, current room item 1. Okay, so it's right here. So what are the conditions? So you got the X and the Y. And if game 94 is less than or equal to 0, aha. Yep, there we go. There it is again. So, and if the player is not in the exit. Yeah, we can just get rid of that. Get rid of that. There we go. And then basically all we need to do is just come down here and find the room item 2. Room item 2, it should have the exact same condition where it's checking to see if the player is in the exit room or not. No, checking to make sure the player is not in the exit room. Let's cut that, go, save. Now you should be able to drop the dice in there after killing the monster. Should be able to. So if we pick up a couple dice. Okay, got some dice. Let's come over to the actual mini-boss room, room 45, easy enough. Okay, so I shouldn't be able to drop anything in here because there's a monster on the ground, so none of that should work. Let's draw, ooh, I should have stood. Oh, Blackjack, there we go. What the freak was that? All right, we're gonna have to go back and see what the crap just happened there. Okay, now you can actually move it back and forth. You can pick it up, move a new dice, and yada, yada, yada. Okay, all of that's working. Now we just need to figure out what the crap happened to that card. Okay, there we go. That is good. What about standing? Ugh, it's terrible stuff. Don't ever stand. Sitting all the time. That is the way to go. All right, here we go. We need to fast forward again to the future. To the future. We need to turn that down. Oh, that's right. I have it set slow. All right, so we collected the dice. Yada, yada, yada. We went to the room. Yada, yada, yada. All right, so what the freak happened here? Okay, so you can't do that. Okay, so I bust, and then I get a blackjack. That is correct. Okay, what happens next? So he immediately flips his card and then draws another one. What? Yeah, what the freak is happening there? So it like draws a card, flips it, draws another one, they go down, and that one just flips into oblivion. Casual 10-kilometer walk through mountains, neighbor. Through mountains to neighbor to get some salt. Good way to go. Wait. What about standing? Sorry, I meant checking. What about checking? Checking what? What are we checking? I don't know what you're meaning. Okay, so I attack with my blackjack. the action. Wait, checking the action in Blackjack. Wait, what are you talking about, Control? What about standing? Sorry, I meant checking the action in Blackjack. It's an option to see what your opponent does. Oh. I didn't know that was a thing, so probably... So don't play a card, but don't stand. Well, I did not know that was a thing, so we might look into seeing how to add that. Blackjack... Checking. I'm gonna have to look into that and see how that actually works. Okay, so... yes, Jerry, the card didn't disappear, it got stuck halfway rotating. That is true. But I'm confused as to why. Sorry, I didn't mean to off-track you. Control, you are totally fine. No worries at all. Anything and everything you ever want to chat about, feel free to. That is totally fine. Don't ever think that you can't jump in and chat about whatever you'd like, whether it is actually what we're working on related or something else, like, that is totally fine. No worries at all. Okay. So, but yes, Jerry, that is true. So it does do a weird, so the cards go away, but the weird thing is, so it's got a jack, which is a 10. My guess is this card was potentially an ace, which means it would have been a blackjack, but then for some reason it starts flipping the card, and then it draws another card here. And then it attacks me. And then that one like does this weird flip thing. What are all these bugs? What are all these freaking bugs, dude? Ugh. You can't check in Blackjack unless there are other non-dealers. Oh. Maybe that's why I hadn't seen it. Because I mostly just looked up rules for like you versus the dealer kind of stuff. One-on-one Blackjack action is always player first, then dealer reveal. Okay, alright. See, I had no idea. I had absolutely no idea. But yeah, when it comes to Blackjack, I have played like actual Blackjack in Vegas twice. Did horrible. Lost 20 bucks. And then I've played like a couple different times at like office Christmas parties and stuff like that, where the dealer was extremely generous and just let us get away with all sorts of stuff. So as far as like actual professional understandings of Blackjack, very minimal. Mostly what I've Googled. And I have been very specific in my Google searches because I'm like, this is what I want to do. And this is how we're going to do it. And then it tells me the rules. Okay, so. Blame the Tomb of Versilius. That vampiric horror has corrupted the rules to Blackjack to rig it in their favor. There we go. There we go. Any weird things that happen, we'll just say, it was Versilius. He came in here. He twisted the rules. I'm sorry. I can only do what I can. I've not done any traditional card gaming in a while. Used to bet Bitcoin online for a while. Well, there you go. Yeah, when it comes to betting, I am very, very minuscule. I don't like to lose money, but I'm also not very good at gambling, so I just try not to do it, like, at all. All right, so let's see here. We've got... What do we got? Oh, no. What does Loki got? That's the real question. That went by real fast. We're not actually going to show it, but we are going to play it. Y'all ready for this? Here we go. Here we go.
Screw the rules, I have money.
Axel _ Benedict cheered 5 bits. I went gambling one time. I walked in with $100 with my dad. And walked out with $2,000. I will never gamble again and stay ahead while I'm up.
See, there you go. See, that is the way to not lose money gambling, is never assume you're going to gain money gambling. You go in there, you have a good time, and you're just like, that was fun. The problem is when you start trying to like increase your wealth with gambling, that's when you're going to lose in gambling. 99.99% of the time. So, you know, that is very good. I do like that one. I gotta play it again.
Screw the rules, I have money.
Axel_Benedict cheered 5 bits. Screw the rules, I have a crippling gambling addiction.
See, that's the way to look at it. Oh, man. Oh, let's see. What do we got here? Jesse says, except if the dealer threatens blackjack. I haven't played since casino night at my old job. That's also the night I proposed. Oh, so there you go. Ancient history. So long ago. I'll gamble money against my skill quicker than luck. With luck, I prefer for funsies. That is true. It is absolutely entertainment. My buddy kept trying to push us to make a living off of it. Wasn't into it. Yeah, that's when it gets dangerous. If people are like, oh yeah, like 100%, just do this and make money. It's like, no. If you're gambling to make money, you are making money the wrong way. Easy come, easy go is so accurate when it comes to gambling. And it is 100% correct. It can very well easily be easy come. Like, you can make money really fast. You can lose money really fast too. Wouldn't recommend it. Do not do it. If you're gambling for fun, that's fine. If you're gambling to get rich, you're just don't do it. Rosso says, and how about wizard? That's all evil wizard. It's something weird happens. It's always the damn wizard. Can't remember where it's from. Yes. It's accurate though. What a stream without 5D's reference. Loki, you've got some good clips. That's all I'm gonna say. Oh my gosh. Let's see. Make it a great roguelike mechanic. Priscilla's tried to get me to gamble once. He said if I beat him, I would win a fiddle made out of gold. Well, you gotta do it. You gotta do it. I hear that he is not great at fiddling, so you'd be fine. You'd be totally fine. Okay. I don't even know how to check for what is going on here. So I had an 18, and then it just instantly flips, which leads me to believe it had to have been an ace. So if that's the case, if it were an ace, because basically, here's how this works, right? So if the monster has an ace, so if it draws the first card, draws the second card. The first card is drawn upside down, but it has a value. So then over here, 522 is greater than or equal to 2, and if 522 is less than or equal to 10.
Axel_Benedict cheered 5 bits. What's crazy about the song is that the devil was the judge and lost. The kid had so much skill that the devil just conceded.
It's true. I mean, the devil could have just made up anything he wanted to, but he was like, you know what? You're pretty good. I gotta hand it to you, kid. I'm not even gonna try and make anything up. You are really good at this. I'm out. Not bad. Not bad. So 522. Okay, so it's setting a backup. Wait, is it actually setting a backup? Dang it, now I need to listen to The Devil Went Down to Georgia. It's a good song to listen to. So, mini-boss first card backup. So 522 is equal to 113. Do we actually need the mini-boss backup card? Yes, we do. Yes, we do. We do it. So the reason why we need a backup variable is because we are going to set this value, right? So we set it to between 1 and 13, right? So ace through king, set to that variable, to that value. And then when we come over here, we are adjusting that value to actually get the correct like actual card value itself, because so many of the cards have different values. Like ace can be a 1 through 11, or a 1 or 11, not 1 through 11, 1 or 11. 2s through 10s are their actual value, and then jack through king are all equal to 10. But if the variable is going to be equal to 1, we need it then to be equal to 11, which is an ace. If it's equal to a jack, queen, or king, those are all equal to 10. Yes, okay. But we can't change any of that stuff now on the actual variable, because if we change that variable, it will then become... yeah, we won't actually be able to show the correct value of that. Okay, yes. I think we're actually doing this wrong. I think that's what the problem is. So we're setting the first card backup to equal 1 through 13. But then we also need to say set 501 to also equal that number. So 522. No. This is going to be too confusing. Let's do this. Set 501, card number 1, to equal 1 through 13. And then set the card backup, card 1 backup, to equal card 1. Okay, there we go. That is what we want to do. And then over here, this is where we're actually adjusting 522. So 522 is greater than or equal to 2, and if 522 is less than or equal to 10, we want to set... We don't need to do anything. Just don't do anything there. That's fine. Don't do anything there. There we go. Loki says, I'll leave you with one final video. Now sleep. Thank you so much, Loki. Actually, let's see what we got here. Oh, we got another Yu-Gi-Oh video. Everyone ready for this? Here we go. Let's turn this up. Let's bring this over here. That was weird.
I synchro summon Junk Gardener in defense mode.
Synchro what?
Synchro summon.
What summon?
Synchro summon.
What?
Synchro summon.
Oh, what's that?
It's where you play a monster.
Wait, I seem to have stopped caring.
That was a nice synchro summon, you say?
Synchro what?
Oh my god. That was all right. All right, Loki. With that, I appreciate it. Go get some sleep. Always coming in with the classics. And Control says, isn't card back 0, but you're starting that check at 2? Oh, so card 0 is the back of the card, right? So that's the only one that has like a set value that will always be that. Oh, you got it now. Okay, all right, perfect.
Axel _ Benedict cheered 5 bits. Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged is the hest.
It's true. It's true. Anyway, yeah. Sorry, I should have answered your message earlier. I was a little too busy. Didn't read further and see the checks for 1 through 11, etc. Oh god, gotcha. Yeah, no worries at all. So yeah, so if 522 is equal to 2 through 10, we don't need to do anything. Like that should be fine because it's already equal to that value. So then here, so if it is greater than or equal to 11, and if it is less than or equal to 13, that means it's a jack, queen, or king. Then we need to set not MB card 1 value. We need to set the backup value to equal 10. So then after that, the MB first. Yeah. So if 522 is then equal to 1, that means it's an ace. So we're going to then set this to equal 11. Okay, now at this point, what we need to then say, so then it does card number 2, then we need to check for the soft hand. Is this actually checking a soft hand? So game variables.501. This is not a soft hand. Why did I put a... Sometimes I don't understand my comments at all, but oh well. Okay, so this is just basically saying is 522. Is 522. Wait. There we go. I was like, it's a little bit quiet in here. That's why. So 522 plus 502, if they are greater than 21, which the only way to do that is if you draw 2 aces. If you drew 2 aces, then we just, okay, so this is a soft hand. Never mind. My comments do make sense. I'm just I'm an idiot. Okay, so if that's the case, then we're going to say if 522 is equal to 11, then set 522 to equal 1. And then it jumps to the start, and then that should be fine. But if card 2 was equal to 11, set card 2, yada yada yada. Okay. Cool. Okay. Now, then we're checking to see if 82 plus 522, not 501, 522, is equal to 21. So if the monster got a blackjack, and so long as you don't have a blackjack, that means the monster has a blackjack. So we move image layer 38. We flip it. Well, okay, so it flips halfway, so it's facing like this, and then we need to actually swap out the card. So 38 card plus 511 dash plus 501 takes care of the rest of that, and then finishes flipping. And then if 82, so then it checks one more time. So if 82 plus 522 is equal to 21, so it's just checking again, making sure the monster still has a blackjack and you don't. Let's see, UFO Dynasty, I think I said that right, is saying, is there any reason in particular that you're checking the cards sequentially? If you sorted the hands before doing the comparison, you could always handle soft logic before other cards. So the reason why I'm doing it this way, also, welcome, glad you're here. So the reason why I'm doing it this way is because each of the card values are going to be, not each of them, some of the card values are separate from what their face value is. So basically a 1 is an ace, but an ace is going to be 11. Unless, of course, it has to become a soft hand that becomes a 1. And then the other, so 2 through 10, they are their actual values. And then 11, 12, and 13 are Jack, Queen, and King. But the Jack, Queen, and King are not going to be equal to 11, 12, and 13. They're equal to 10. So basically, the reason why I'm doing it this way is it is first checking if the cards are between 2 and 10, do nothing. They're just their regular face value. If it is a Jack, Queen, or King, then it needs to actually set it to a 10. And then if it's an ace, set it to an 11. So yeah, so I'm doing it that way just so that, because I'm probably not doing it the most efficient way. I don't know. It's the way that I've found is working best for me. But anyway, so basically it assigns the card value 1 through 13, and then it shows the card based off of that value. So that way it's actually showing the card correctly, whether it's an ace, a jack, a queen, or a king, it's actually showing it correctly because the value of that card, the ID of that card is based on the value of the initial draw value. And then after that, it then goes through and sorts through it. It's like, okay, well, if you're one of these higher numbers, you're actually equal to a 10. And if you are a 1, you're actually equal to an 11. And then after that, then you check the soft hand just to see, if you've drawn above a 21, then you would need to do the soft hand, reduce any aces sequentially, starting with the first ace down to a 1. If that first ace is not actually, if the first card's not actually an ace, go to the second card, third card, so on and so forth. So it makes a little bit more sense when you come over here to the player's hand. So basically, you draw the card, it sets all the variables, shows the images, all that fun stuff, and then it jumps over here, and that's when it kind of does like the number crunching to be like, if you are a royal card, you're going to be equal to a 10. If you're an ace, then you're now equal to an 11, yada, yada, yada. And then it comes down to here and it does the soft hand all the way through. Let's see, UFO Dynasty says, I don't know your culture at all, and super don't want to backseat if you don't want, but I've also coded some very similar logic before. Hey, you are 100% totally allowed to come in here and chat about coding. I mean, that's what we're here to do, is chat about coding, chat about games, chat about anything creative, whether it is, digital design, if coding, whatever, and anything, absolutely. So yeah, totally fine to come in and any suggestions, honestly, to like make things more efficient, to make things better, I am 100% all ears. So that's just like the explanation of why I'm doing it this way, is just to get it so that I can actually show the cards themselves. Because I don't know, have you used RPG Maker before? That is the one caveat I will ask about, because RPG Maker can be a little bit funky when it comes to making a game like this. And so sometimes you just kind of have to like make it do what it normally wouldn't, but it's also like, I don't know, I'm like trying to think of the best way to describe it. You can definitely make it do what you want it to do, but you sometimes have to go about it in a somewhat weird way, because I needed to actually show a card based on a value, but then I need to change that value after it shows the card to a new value. So I don't know. Control says, I don't know if Maker has variable dictionaries or arrays like that. Runtime variable anyway. So it does work off of, there are arrays, you can use arrays. It's not supported by default. You would have to use like an actual like JavaScript, like little snippet of code, which you can do. Like, you know, if you come in here and you just do script, you can just type in a JavaScript little scriptlet here. I don't know what the proper term would be. I'm just gonna call it a scriptlet. But yeah, so it does use arrays. There are certain spots in the game that I am accessing variable data in arrays. I'm not super familiar with arrays, and so I'm kind of like, when it comes to that kind of stuff. So I'm 100% sure there are definitely ways that I could make this a lot more efficient. Not so many hoops to, jump through, but I don't know. UFO Dynasty says, in the past, the best way I've seen to implement Blackjack is to track both the hand total and an ace count. First, you count the aces as 11, then you count the rest of the cards. If your total exceeds 21, then you decrease both the ace count by 1 and the total by 10. Oh, well, that is exactly what we're doing. So yeah, so it draws the card, right? So it draws the cards, and it's kind of like keeping that value of the 11, right? So it says it to a value of 11 right here. So basically it's saying, did you draw an ace? Then you're worth an 11, and it just kind of keeps that value right then and there. And then afterwards, like this is just the initial like 2-card draw. So later on in this event, it then gets to here, which basically is just saying, hey, is the monster's hand, or like is the dealer's hand, is it greater than 21? If it is, then it just checks first card. Is the first card an 11, or is it an ace? If it is, set it to be equal to a 1. And then it jumps back up to the start here, and then it says, hey, is the dealer's hand still greater than 21? If it is, go to the second card. And if it's an ace, reduce it down to an 11. And then so on and so forth until it gets either below a 21, or once it's run through all of the dealer or the monster's cards, it then is a bust, and then it flips a switch to have it bust and all that fun stuff. So we are doing it like that, probably just not in the most efficient of ways. But yeah, technically that is how the code itself is working. And yeah, it's kind of what we've got right now. We probably will go through later and make it a little bit more efficient as time goes on. Yeah, right now it's kind of gotten a little bit buggy, a little bit spaghetti-ish, you might say. But I don't know. We're getting there, slowly but surely. We're getting there. But I 100% UFO Dynasty. I 100% appreciate you coming in, making suggestions, and hopefully it's an enjoyable stream. Hopefully you're having a good time here. And yeah, if you got anything else, I am 100% all ears. I am nothing but open to criticisms, feedback, any and everything like that. But yeah, so right now we're just trying to make sure that we can actually get this thing not broken. So right now it's a little, we've kind of uprooted a little bit of the code. So we're trying to make sure the code is all actually good to go, which I think 522, 522, 522, 522. And then we do it for card number 2. So then you get the soft hand. After that, so we do this is the initial soft hand to C. Control says, Maker doesn't support naming those triple-digit vars, eh? Triple-digit vars? I don't know what you're talking about. Maybe? Are you talking about arrays? Maybe? Just says I should look at my Blackjack project and how I did all the hand logic. Though translating it to RPG Maker is the silly part. That is true. All the variable names are... Wait, what? Oh, yes. So that is the other thing with RPG Maker. It does their variables very weird. So here's some fun stuff for any, I'm gonna say, real programmers out there. Not myself. Anyone who's not using RPG Maker. You can name your variables, right? So if I come in here, it has like a whole variable manager, right? You can come in here and be like, okay, variable number 525, you can name this thing, you know, variable cool J. See what I did there? Anyway, so this variable is now called variable cool J. But you cannot call on variable cool J. You have to say, I am calling on variable 525. And that is how RPG Maker does their variables. It's not good. I will say that 100%, it is not good. Especially when you start getting to a point like this, where you have over 1,100 variables that you then have to go back and check, because the only thing you have to go off of is the name of it, right? But if you're like, where the freak did I put room 47-layout? If you don't remember where you put it in your huge database of variables, you can't just be like, okay, I'm looking for a room 47-layout. You have to be like, I am looking for variable 285. Yeah, so it gets very complicated, very weird, very fast. But over the years, because again, like for anyone who's been around for a little bit, I have been using RPG Maker for 25 years now. Obviously older versions of RPG Maker, you know, this is a newer version. But yeah, so over time, I have learned to work with the shortcomings of the engine. So like say, for example, you know, if I pull up my variable manager again, so you can see here, I try and keep variables of likeness next to each other. So you got like backpack slots. I've got all those next to each other. The slot types are all next to each other. If I come down here to variable, you know, 101, this now starts the room database, I guess you could say. So you got like room layout, room monster, room item 1, room item 2. Room 2's layout, monster, item 1, item 2. Room 3's layout, monster, item 1, it's that kind of stuff. And then I just kind of keep them all in these blocks. And so it takes a little bit of planning ahead, but as long as you plan ahead and you make sure that you're keeping things all like in these tight sections, it helps immeasurably, like 100%. So I would recommend to anyone using RPG Maker, if you are using RPG Maker and you are planning on using who knows how many variables, try and keep them in blocks. And when you have those blocks, try and allow for gaps in those blocks. He's like, you see all this stuff, right? And then I have this huge gap. We can get rid of that variable. I have this huge gap now, right? And the reason for that is because I was like, well, I need an overhead or other blocks of variables that I can create and store. And so I went all the way up to 841 before I started the next block of variables. So yeah, that is something I would highly recommend if you're using RPG Maker. Try and create your variables in blocks and be like, this is this block, this is this block. Leave a little bit of a gap, so if you ever needed to add more variables to this block, you have room to do it, and you don't have to then jump over that block and start getting all mix and matchy and all that fun stuff. Because then you run into things like, well, this. I increased the size of my backpack from 9 slots to 15. And now backpack slots 10 through 15 are now in variables 1065 through 1070 versus the backpack slots over here, which are 9 through 17. So, yeah, no. Anyway, there's a very quick rundown, rough lesson on how RPG Maker uses their variables. It is not good. I will say that. Not good at all. But you just kind of learn to live with it, I guess. And over time, I'm just like, this works. This works. Yeah, definitely better than nothing, but still not Great. So I do try and keep some kind of indexing of like where things are and all that fun stuff, just to make it slightly easier. Does it have a search by name? Well, I think kind of. So there is a search function here, and you can search for variables, but then you still have to go through here, like your whole list, and be like, okay, I'm searching for variable, 501. And you can search, and it will tell you on what map and what variable, what page it is actually utilizing that variable, but you do still have to remember which variable you're searching for. So yeah, it works. It works. Yeah, you can't search by name though. You still have to go by ID. So you have to know exactly which variable it is you're looking for, and then you can search by that ID, and then it'll tell you other places where it's referencing that variable. So when you add more variables to your game variables array, you access it by the index, the number. It is your list. Yes, you access it, unfortunately, by the...
Benedict cheered 5 bits. I'm getting very tired. I'll be going to bed now. 07, Moon Man.
No worries, Axel. Thank you for being here. Go get some rest. We're probably going to be ending here pretty soon anyway, so, but I appreciate you being here. Yeah, hopefully we'll see you Thursday. Yeah. So when you are referring to variables like this guy right here, so this variable, so I'm saying, game variables dot value 502, and you have to say 502. You can't be like, oh, this is variable, card 1 value. You have to say specifically 502. So yeah, gets a little bit much. But again, after so many years of using the engine, I'm just kind of like, it's what it is, and what I got. Let's see. Yeah, the name is definitely more of like a comment or like a tag.
Axel_Benedict cheered 10 bits. Albuquerque jump scare way back when I was just a little bitty boy, living in a box under the stairs in the corner of the basement of the house half a block down the street from Jerry's bait shop. You know the place. Well anyway, back then life was going swell and everything was just peachy.
Oh, that's the end of it? I feel like I need to continue Albuquerque. One of these days I will actually quote word for word Albuquerque. It'll be a good time. I do vaguely remember running into that variable problem in XP, running out of room in a block that is. Yeah, and I've had that way too many times where it's like, I then start trying to like cut corners and I'm like, do I need this variable? Maybe not. Yeah, it's not great. Jerry says, oh, I don't think the name you gave the variable does anything. I think it's more like notes for the developer to help you track the variable. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the name that you give the variable, nothing. Absolutely nothing. You cannot reference it. You can't do anything with the name itself. It literally is just like a note tag. They really shouldn't call it name. Like it says name here. It's not a name. It's a note. Like you're just leaving a note of like what that variable is. Yeah, so because like it quite literally is like when you come in here and you change the maximum number, right? It's like if I were to change this to 1141, then I come down here and there's this variable. I can just go without naming this variable and I can just start using it. It doesn't need a name to reference it. It just references it based off of the ID. So yeah, it's not, I'll say it again, not great. But you learn it eventually. It gets to the point where you kind of understand it, and yeah. So anyway, also anyone new here, definitely got some higher numbers tonight than usual. So anyone new here, first of all, thank you for being here. I appreciate it. If you're enjoying what you're seeing, hopefully you are. Make sure to subscribe, like, all that fun stuff, because yeah, we are building a dungeon crawling roguelike RPG with Blackjack as the combat system. I think it's probably a little bit broken right now because we're trying to fix the actual combat system. But yeah, so you're just kind of walking around this randomly generated dungeon, collecting dice to use as spellbook upgrades and battling monsters, which we will turn the monsters back on eventually once we get this whole combat. Actually, the monsters themselves should be working. So if we come over to here, what the? Oh my gosh, Automod held a message for a reason, bullying. Prosto says they technically have names, but usually just this one, weird, or that little. That's true. They usually do have names like that. Let's see what do we got here. What do we got here? UFO Dynasty says, is this overhead for the total number of variables, or does the compiler take care of it? You should maybe do something like 1,000 through 9999 are items, 10,000 through 999999 are map data, etc. So with RPG Maker, so it stores, so it has its own directories for like JSON files and stuff like that. So if we come over here to data, that's what it is, data. So like, let's say for example, you know, you got stuff like the, let's do actors. So if I pull up the actors JSON file, it stores all of its data. Okay, that's cool. It stores all of its data here in these arrays in this JSON file. So all of this is stored outside of the variables themselves. So you can have data stored in here. So you got like names and all of their stats and all that fun stuff. So it does store all of that stuff outside of variables. Thank freaking goodness. I would not like anything if it was all stored in just variables. It's like, you know, so you got like your enemies right here. And so if you know, come over, oh my gosh, where's the scroll bar? There it is. Come over here, you know, you got all of your parameters right here. So you got like their HP, their MP, their attack, their defense, all that fun stuff. So it does store that stuff outside of the variables. Thank goodness, like all the map data, the characters, the enemies, all of that stuff is stored in its own arrays, in its own JSON files and all that fun stuff. So all of that stuff is accounted for, thank freaking goodness. But everything else you would have to store in variables. So I am trying to utilize with this project a bit more. So like, instead of creating variables for each enemy where I'd have to track like their HP, their, you know, the XP that they give you, the gold that they drop, all that stuff, I'm able to just utilize the RPG Maker database for the monsters. So I can set HP, MP, attack, defense, all that fun stuff. And then I'm able to call on that just with a JavaScript call to then reference that stuff. So it definitely helps a lot. So you don't need to have as many variables as you're probably thinking you would need. But that is definitely, you know, way better than having to do that, because that would be an absolute nightmare. I also don't think that RPG Maker allows for more than 9,999 variables. I think it actually has a cap. Let me check. So if we go 9999. Yeah, 5,000. You can have 5,000 variables. There's the absolute maximum, 5,000 variables. It is a little limiting. It is definitely a little limiting in some ways, but oh well. Eventually it'll be finished. I believe in you, Axel. I believe in you. Probably a translator error. Isn't Maker made by predominantly Japanese speakers? I could see note and name maybe getting crossed up. That's true. It probably was just a translation error. That's true. But yeah, it definitely is. I'm pretty sure it's out of Japan. Yeah. It's out of Japan. Or just directly translated it. Name is that. Name and note is that. Sounds about right. Jerry says game variable is like an array, and to make things easier in the code, they decide not to allow the variable names to do anything. It's easier for RPG Maker to just force you to give them the array index. That's true. And, you know, it works out in the end. You know, it's works well enough anyway. Which RPG Maker are you using again? I'm using the MV engine. So I actually recently started using MZ, which is like their, I don't want to say newest, because they also have like one more newer. But it is one of their newer ones, and I'm kind of thinking about actually switching to it. It's it is pretty nice, and there's some really good plugins for that too. That way they know you are passing a number, and it's the easier way for them to say look at variable index 505 instead of look for variable with XYZ name, which would be harder to code into the system. That is a very good point. Love dungeon crawlers. I'm gonna need to watch this from the beginning. Yes, absolutely, Frogmire, 100%. There are a lot of episodes for you to go back on. I also have my devlogs if you don't want to go back and watch. Oh geez, what would that be? So we're on episode what, 52, and each stream is about 4 hours long. 208 hours of live streams to go through. I mean, if you want to go through 208 hours of live streams, like 100%, by all means, if you would like to. But if not, I do have a handful of devlogs that just kind of like catch you up to where we're at now. So either way. Also, Prosto says, need to go. Bye-bye, good luck. Thank you for being here, Prosto. I appreciate it. Good luck to you, and hopefully we'll see you on the Thursday stream. But yeah, so if we come over here, let's go over to the common events, the spawn monsters. Let's set this to be equal to 3 through -3. But anyways, yeah, so just a really quick show for anyone who's new here. If anyone's interested, yes, we're making a dungeon crawling roguelike RPG called Tomb of Versilius. General idea. This is kind of what we've got right now. Ignore this. This is not what we've got right now. That is not true at all anymore. So yeah, so you get put into it's called a tomb. I keep calling it a dungeon. You get put into a tomb. Now this tomb is randomly generated, but it kind of plays into the story. So basically, Versilius was a magic user, and he was a magic teacher. He was teaching people how to use magic, kind of started getting himself wrapped up into some dark magics, he started experimenting on people. And so the king sent people to come and stop him, to capture him. And so to keep himself and his research, oh my gosh, I cannot speak, to keep himself and his research safe, he basically cursed his own wizard's tower to be ever changing so that no one could ever get to him, because it's just constantly shifting. It's an impenetrable maze, basically. And so you are then coming in here to try and find, well, there's going to be a few different reasons why you're here, and you kind of get to, as the player, choose. You know, you're either here to find and stop Versilius, you are here because maybe like a sibling or something like that has come into the tower and now they haven't come out, you know, you're going to rescue them, or, you know, we've got a couple other ideas. But anyway, so yeah, so as you go throughout the dungeon or the tomb, you will come across monsters. And the way to fight them is you use Blackjack rules. So, you know, you'll draw your cards. I've got an 18, they've got a 10, so we are going to stand, and I win, so there we go. The normal monsters, it's very loose Blackjack rules. So basically, when they draw, they show both their cards. And that basically becomes their armor class. And so you know when you can attack, when you can't attack. So right now, I can't attack because I'm at 17, they're at 20. I have to draw again. We got an 18, 28, I bust, I get hit. 12 to 10, I can attack. And yeah, so that is how the combat works with the monsters. And then right now we're currently working on the mini bosses. So the mini bosses will play like more actual Blackjack. And I think they're pretty broken right now because we were kind of uprooting a lot of code just a little bit ago. So also ignore, oh my goodness.
Welcome
Dev
Nerdy
rated
Punk
with
Dev and your
8
8 amazing audience members.
Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate that. Welcome. Glad you're here. Yeah, I was actually quite literally just talking about the game that we've got here and what's going on. And so anyway, yes, so the mini bosses that you will fight on the floors play more akin to actual Blackjack against you. Nerdy Punk Dev says, how are you? Well, thanks for the welcome. Yeah, I'm doing absolutely fantastic. We are actually kind of, unfortunately, getting close to the end of the stream. So sorry about that, and sorry to everyone who's over here with the raid, but we've got a little bit more time. So I will actually start from the beginning because I was explaining for people over on YouTube, because we've got quite the audience over on YouTube tonight, kind of what this game is about. So starting from the top, for anyone over on YouTube that missed it, we're going to go over it again. So yes, so we are making a dungeon crawling roguelike RPG where you are going into a randomly generated tomb. The reason why it's a tomb and not a dungeon is because general idea is there is a wizard named Versilius. He used to be a tutor of magic, but then he kind of started getting into like dark experiments, and the king was going to send people in to stop him because he was starting to like experiment on people. And so the king was like, nope, got to put an end to this. So knowing that his life was in jeopardy, Versilius put a curse on his own wizard's tower to kind of just like have it shift constantly. So that's where like the whole random dungeon generation stuff comes into play. It is shifting always to try and keep people away from him so that he can keep his work and stuff safe. So yeah, so you are coming in here to this, they call it his tomb because everyone's like, well, if people can't get in, he can't get out. So he's basically just entombed, like he put himself in his own tomb. So anyway, so you are coming in here for any number of reasons. We've got a couple different reasons in mind, and you kind of get to be the one that picks what that reason's going to be. It's either going to be you're here to, well, find and kill Versilius. Maybe you're here for treasure, and you just want to go through here collecting gold and treasure and all sorts of good stuff. It could also be that you're here to maybe rescue someone. So someone went into the tower, they got lost, you haven't heard from them in weeks, and now you're going in to try and save them. So that is the general idea. So yeah, anyone over on Twitch, if that sounds interesting to you and would like to follow the project, make sure to, well, give me a follow. So anyway, yes. So, oh man, let's see, YouTube chat. I feel like I have missed so much here. Man, what do we got? Yeah, which RPG maker are you using again?
Thanks for the follow,
oh my goodness.
Frogmire.
Thank you, Frogmire. I appreciate it. Very much so. Jerry says, dude, you could be the new some random dev. I don't know about that. Some random dev is absolutely incredible, and yeah, that is irreplaceable, I will say. Irreplaceable. But I appreciate that. Thank you. I think we'd all like some tutorials that would help help us catch up to your level in RPG Maker. I have thought about actually making some tutorials. I've actually got a couple ideas on the back burner that I'm hoping to kind of start turning out a little bit. And yeah, we'll see. But yeah, because here's the thing. I know that the way that I use RPG Maker is very odd and very different from how a lot of other people use it. And so I would absolutely love to be like, hey, here's like in general the kind of things that I do to like get my games to look and feel this way. And yeah, and hopefully people would find it useful and interesting. Because yeah, it's my number one thing that I try and go for is I'm like, if I can make my game not look like it was created in RPG Maker, that's when I know I've done good. So anyway, crap, that was a rough one. 17? You would think if I was making a game about Blackjack, I would be better at Blackjack, but I am not good at Blackjack at all. So, you know, good times. Good times. Let's see, Nerdy Punk Dev says, which engine are you using? Oh, yeah, RPG Maker. Sorry, I should have read that sooner, but I guess I answered your question accidentally. So yeah, RPG Maker MV is what I'm using, and I mostly just use it because it's what I know. You know, it's just a small hobby of mine. You know, I know that I'm never going to create anything huge, big, or that grand, and so I'm just like, you know what, RPG Maker, it lets me make the simple games that I want to make, and that's why I stick with it. So it's a good time. What about you, Nerdy Punk Dev? What engine do you use? Also, what are you working on? Let's see, what have I missed over on YouTube? Yowza, hey, that's a few dinners. I'll check the devlogs. Thank you, absolutely. Yeah, well, I appreciate you being interested and wanting to learn and to find out about the project, so. When I was playing with RPG Maker, I still prefer C++, that's fair. 90 people watching and still only 2 likes. Like and subscribe. That's true, that's true. Jerry is 100% correct. If you're new here, and if this seems like a interesting project that you would enjoy following along with, yeah, make sure to like and subscribe. I would absolutely appreciate it. If not, that's totally fine. Yeah, no worries at all.
Thanks for the follow, Nerdy Punk Dev.
Oh my goodness, and Nerdy Punk Dev, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. It's cool, dude. Your game looks really nice. I'm working Spaceman. There we go. Nice random sound. Working Spaceman Memories on Unreal Engine 5. Ooh, nice. Okay, see, when I say real dev, I'm meaning people like you. People that, like, you know, can do actual game development and not just whatever weird tinkering stuff I'm doing with RPG Maker. So, very nice. I am jealous. I wish that I knew an actual game engine better. You know, one that wouldn't be so limiting, for better or worse. I will say, RPG Maker, so long as you don't have aspirations for just crazy grandeur of like creating some crazy hyper realistic game, it's great. It is fantastic. You can make the tiny little fun games you want, and that is all I want to do. So I'm like, it gets the job done for me. But yeah, absolutely fantastic. Very nice. Dude, I'm doing tinkering stuff with Unreal Engine. I wouldn't say I'm a pro. Well, I would say. But to each their own. Axel says, by the way, Moonman, the Lemonade trailer script is almost done. Ooh, nice. I'm excited to see it. I know it's crazy. We need more likes. Engagement is important. That's true. Yeah, so if anyone is interested, if you would like to hear me stumble over very simple words, make sure to subscribe and like and follow and all that fun stuff. Also, only Hans Exo says fire, fire, fire. I think that's fire. Is that fire? It looks like fire. Curse lit. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you, YouTube, for just recommending the stream to me, to be honest. Oh, well, sometimes I wonder with the YouTube algorithm, I don't know if it's actually going to recommend my streams and videos or not. Seems like sometimes not so much, and then other times like tonight. Oh yeah, and there's random traps too. That is a very basic one, but random traps, good times. So I'm glad that the YouTube algorithm is actually working and recommending stuff. So, good times. Let's see here. Fancy just making a small tactics game. I wish I liked making tutorials and devlogs, but I despise video editing. Yeah, see, and my thing is, I really like video editing. I think it's a lot of fun. But I'm not good enough to like at one point I tried. So if anyone has ever watched like Corridor Digital or Corridor Crew on YouTube, like I don't know, 2 years ago, a couple of years ago, they were hiring for a new video editor, and I threw my hat in the ring. I was like, here you go. And like I edited my project, and I was like super excited because I'm just like, I would love to become a video editor for like a larger YouTube channel. I'm like, that would be like my ultimate dream. Like I would have absolutely loved that. And didn't happen. They went with someone else, and I'm like, it happens. So I'm just like, you know what? I'll make my own stuff. I'll edit my own videos and call it good. Almost at 100 people watching on YouTube. I know, it's freaking crazy. Come on, 100. Let's do it. Come on. I feel like we can't end the stream until we hit 100. Well, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Okay, so I know that we were trying to finish up this little bug that we were having over here on the mini boss card drops. So the mini boss was drawing things incorrectly, and we were getting some things switched over. Control says, you said, I'll make my own videos with Blackjack. Exactly. Or to quote Bender from Futurama, I'll make my own videos with Blackjack and hookers. You know what? Forget the Blackjack. If anyone's a Futurama fan. There we go. Hey, there we go. 101. Holy crap. Well, welcome everyone. Glad you're here. Not bad at all. Now I feel like I can't end the stream. I'm like, we have broken our record of most concurrent viewers. So, oh man, here we go. Nerdy Punk Dev is me 101. Welcome. Glad you could make it 101. Glad you're here. Okay, so let's see. Iconic, you say that, but I did make my own casino. That is true. Oh man. You guys are awesome. Thank you all for being here so much. This is crazy. Well, I don't know what the YouTube algorithm is doing tonight, but whatever it is, I hope it keeps going because it's pretty fantastic. Absolutely fantastic stuff. Okay, so the bug we were having, I feel like we need to at least fix this bug before the end of the stream. So it sets the variables. So 522, yes, so 522 plus 502 is greater than 21. So if the monster would have busted, then it needs to then also say if the first card is equal to 11, then set it to 1. If not, then if the second card is equal to 11, set it to 1. Monster Blackjack. So if 82 plus 522 is equal to 21, and if 35 is not equal to 21. It's basically the way we're changing it. I know that in regular Blackjack, ties end in no one wins. The dealer takes their cards back, you lose your cards, you get your money back, that's it. Like nothing happens. But I'm like, that seems like it would be kind of boring in a game like a dungeon crawling roguelike. It's like you don't want a basically lost turn, right? So I'm like, you know what? We'll just make it so the player wins the ties. If there's ever a tie, the player wins. So with this conditional branch, we're just saying, does the monster have a blackjack, and does the player not have a blackjack? So if the player has a blackjack, then the player wins, yada, yada, yada. But if not, the monster got a blackjack. Let's see here. Now everyone, like and subscribe. Yes, exactly. Do as Jerry tells you. Like and subscribe. I was supposed to go to bed like 2 hours ago. Yeah. I don't know, it's one of those nights, I suppose. Should go to a roll-off on draw. We could do that, actually. Ooh, that could actually be kind of fun. Do a roll-off. That would be fun. That would be fun, actually. We might do that. Because we do have, actually, so let me pull this up really quick. We do have a system like that. Oh my gosh. I apologize, everyone. I have a slight speech impediment, but it's betting getter. So we actually do have a dice rolling, like we have a dex save throw already in place, and we could just utilize something like that if I could find a freaking monster. There we go. So if you try to run from a monster, you do a dex saving throw. So you throw your dice. So I rolled a 19 plus my dex. So obviously I gave myself 20 dex, so I will win every single saving throw. But yeah, that could actually be a lot of fun. Yeah, if you get a tie, you roll, and whoever gets the highest roll wins. I am that actually sounds like a really fun. We're gonna add that. We're gonna do if I could type on tie roll, and whoever rolls highest, wow, oh my gosh, highest, if I could spell, holy crap, I know it's late, but geez, whoever rolls highest wins. There we go. Let's throw that a little bit higher up, because we're definitely going to want to do that. All right, so back over here. So on the blackjack. Let's see, what else have we missed? What else have we missed? Go with the roll. Forzen says, wow, the stream has grown. 100 viewers. I know, right? It's crazy. Also, welcome back, Forzen. How's it going? How you been? Could be another use of the die. That's true. Well, and so with the dice, I know that it's kind of confusing looking, but let me just pull up the, let's see, where would it be? The safe room. So it's not all just dungeon and tombs and all that craziness. There's also going to be a town, like a village or something like that you will be able to go to in between, not in between floors, but outside of the floors. So once you're done, you would leave and you would go to a town. And so right now, this is kind of like the rough general thing we've got here. I'm going to hide the chats really quick. I apologize, everyone. We're going to hide the chats really quick. So this is the safe room. It will eventually become the town. But basically here you can buy and sell dice. So like there will be a vendor where you can buy dice. There are quests you'll be able to accept. So like, killing monsters, disarming traps, exploring rooms, all that fun stuff. But the big thing is your spell book. So this is actually something that this is probably like one of the bigger things that I like about this project that I'm working on. And that is you being able to customize your spells. So really quick rundown on how the spell book works. So the spell book works based off of the D20s that you collect as you're going throughout the tomb. So I'm sure that you noticed all the D20s on the ground. You're picking those up of different values. As you're going through, you can merge D20s together. I just noticed that nothing in my inventory I can actually merge. So what you can do is if you merge this 1 into a 1, it becomes a 2. And if you merge a 2 into a 2, it becomes a 3. 3 and 3 becomes a 4, so on and so forth. And so now my pyro spells, or the red cards that I draw, will now all do 4 damage. I now have a pyro spell. Eventually we will be renaming all of these. This is just basic showing what the element is. But eventually there will be spells that all correlate to the different ways you build up your spells, right? So like say for example, this is just Geo. And if I add another Geo dice here, you now have Geo Geo. And if you add a third Geo dice, you now have Geo Geo Geo. It's not going to be Geo Geo Geo. It would be something like, if you have 1 dice in here, it would be something like small rock or something. And then you add a second one and it would be large rock. And then you add a third one and it would be like avalanche or something like earth spell related. And then same thing, you've got hydro. So like, instead this would be called something like, I don't know, sprinkle or spray or something. And then you add a second one and this would be like jet stream or something like that. So anyway, so we'll be creating all the different spells and you'll be able to create your own spells based on what dice you put in. But you can mix and match too. So like say for example, right now the red spell pyro, it would be something like fireball, right? And then if you were to add geo to your pyro, this would become lava or something. And then if you were to add hydro to your pyro, you now have your pyro hydro geo, but that would become something like flowing lava or something to that effect. And it will also change based on how you actually configure your spell. So, you know, this pyro hydro geo will have certain perks, certain drawbacks, but then if you were to switch it and say have it be a pyro geo hydro instead, it would have different perks and drawbacks. So anyway, so all of that to say, the D20s as you're going throughout the dungeon, they are magically imbued, and so that's how you will be able to create your spell book, and those spell books then correlate to the cards themselves. And so as you are in the tomb, let me just come over here to main menu. Sorry, I know this is a lot. So if you come over here to main menu, new game, save file 1, yada yada yada. So that as you come across a monster, you'll notice these are my pyro imbued cards. So each one of these will deal damage based on my pyro spell. So this would do 2 damage, right? Because my pyro is all level 1. But let's say, for example, my pyro were to be level 6, each one of these cards would do 6 fire damage. And so then you'll also have different enemies that have different weaknesses and strengths and anyway. All of this stuff we will eventually be getting to. We'll be getting in there. It's going to be a good time. It's just taking a while because I am a solo dev that only has like 12 hours each week to work on this. So it is a slow but sure process. But it's a good process. I have a lot of fun with it. And so if that sounds interesting to anyone here, make sure to subscribe, follow, whatever platform you're on. And yeah, we'll be a good time. We'll be a grand old time. So nothing else though. I appreciate you being here. I appreciate you watching. And yeah. Okay. So again, let us get in here and we are going to see what we can do about this mini boss, making sure that it's all bug free. Fingers crossed. And what have I missed? Oh my gosh. Let's see, Jesse, I was supposed to go to bed like an hour or 2 ago. I should go and roll for a draw. 100 viewers. Cameron hath returned. Welcome back. Welcome back, Cameron. Glad you are here. I am still stumbling over my words, just like normal. Let's see, Cameron. Let's see, Jesse. That's pretty standard web dev, working the third-party APIs. Yeah. Geo, the sourest of limes. Cherry, lime, grape, and I think blue raspberry. That's true. Make it a fruit salad instead of elements. And half of the 12 hours is spent talking to us. Whoa, I feel called out. Cameron. But that is true. About half of those 12 hours are spent interacting with chat, which I absolutely love and enjoy. So if you don't like me talking to you, too bad. I like talking to everybody. It's a good time. Which isn't bad either. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that, Cameron. I was getting worried if you were going to be like, yeah, half the time you spend just talking to us, so get back to it. And I was going to be like, sorry. But I'm glad that you enjoy. I'm glad that you enjoy the chats. I enjoy it. I think it's a lot of fun to chat back and forth. And yeah, absolutely. We do still try and get some work done, but it is fun to chat. I enjoy those chats. All right, so here we go. So we want to check. So 82 plus 522 is equal to 21, yada, yada, yada. Okay, we're good to go there. Fantastic. Now after that, so it shows the card, turns on Blackjack, else we then just want to say 82 plus, well, we need to make variable 501 equal to 522 now. Yes. I think this is where we want to do it, right? No, not plus 501. We need this to add 522. So 522 is the backup of the first card. The first card still has not been revealed yet, so it is still 1 through 13. But the backup is equal to, well, 2 through 11. Yes, that is correct. That is correct. Okay, let me turn off A. Perfect. And then this is if it needs to draw more cards. And then over here with the soft hand, so it checks the soft hand. Card values 11, 11, 11, 11, 11. Mini boss bust. Okay, then right here, this is where we need to actually set the values. Okay. This is showing it based off of 501. And then monster card total value is going to be based off of 522, not 501, because 501 is still a different number. Yes. It's very weird having to deal with variables with the cards themselves, because it's like the monsters are easy enough, right? Because here's the thing with the monsters. Let me come in here. So if we pull up, if we pull up, let's go to a monster. So yeah, with the monsters, it's easy enough because the way the monsters are working, it is just showing what the monster has, very beginning, all the way, just here's what the monster has. You're good to go. We can just set the variables and that's it. But we have to come over here. All right, we escaped. Let's pull up the mini boss. Is in room 19. Yeah, let's head to room 19. Come on, no! Alright, fine, we're just running. We are just running. I'm too bad at Blackjack, we cannot continue this fight. Oh no! Alright, fine, we can continue this fight. This one's easy. 12, 16, 22, oh, come on. 12, 17. 12-9, there we go. So yeah, so for anyone that missed it, with the regular monsters, they just draw 2 cards. That is it. They draw 2 cards, both face up, so you can see what their draw value is, and it basically works as like their armor class. If anyone's familiar with, you know, obviously armor classes, it's an armor class. So yeah, so his armor class is currently a 17. It's not necessarily an armor class. You can't really call it an armor class anymore, though. This is like our tug of war bar, and so whoever has more value on the bar is the one that gets to actually attack. So anyway, so as long as you are above their number, ooh, come on, be good to me. Oh, all right, that was a very lucky draw. You just have to plead. You just plead with the Blackjack gods, and they will smile upon you. Sometimes. Also, there's traps. There's traps, the spikes that come up out of the floor and they get you, and yeah, all that fun stuff. Oh man, I feel like I've missed so much. There's so much chatting. I love it. Half the 12 hours are spent. That's right. I read that. I read that already. Let's see. Jerry, Jesse, haven't used WordPress in ages. Really got hit. Really got to hit the hay at night all. No worries, Jesse. Have a good night, and hopefully see you on Thursday. I do work from home, but currently no. I wouldn't take half workload for half pay because I got bills and the zoo to take care of. That's true. But if my game dev starts to do well, I would consider it. That's my hope right now. I'm like, you know, if game dev stuff and streaming stuff can ever be doing well, especially, I mean, like freaking with tonight, I'm like, I almost don't want to stop the stream because I'm just like, I don't know what the YouTube algorithm was doing tonight, but it has definitely invited a lot of great people in here. So again, if you're here, thank you for being here. I appreciate it. Yeah. All right, 19. We need to get to 19. That's over here. Let's go to 19 over here. All right, come on. Ooh, there we go. And I'm winning the tie. For now. Come on. Let me just go. I just have one more room to go. Oh, man. Then maybe you, me, and Moonwood Games can do something together. That'd be a good time.
_Benedict
What the? Axel,
5 bits.
you're still here?
Yes, but you need sleep too, Moonman.
That is true. I do need sleep. I do absolutely need some sleep. there's so many great people here tonight. It's great. I love it. So yeah, it's gonna be hard to say goodnight. But on the bright side,
Axel_Benedict cheered 5 bits. I couldn't sleep, so I came back.
That's fair. That's fair. I mean, to be fair, for anyone who is new here, which I'm guessing since it's a lot of people. So for anyone who's new here, whether it be on Twitch or on YouTube, if you're here and you're like, you know what, this actually seems interesting, I do have a very set schedule. Every Sunday, Tuesday, and Thursday, I stream for about 4 hours each night. All the game dev stuff here. So if you're interested, if you are liking what you're seeing, then feel free to subscribe, follow, all that fun stuff, and then you too can also follow along with the dev streams. And if not, that's totally fine, totally understandable. All right, so over here we've got this guy, 12. So this is the mini boss. Just ignore his goofy look. It's I drew him in about 5 seconds in MS Paint, so yeah. Anyways, the mini boss is where you're actually playing Blackjack against him. So you only see his top card. You go until you feel like you have enough, and then when you stand, then he starts to do his turn. I feel like 15 isn't going to be enough, but we're going to go for it anyway. Of course it's not. All right, 15. Come on, come on. All right, 5, 14, 16. Should I do it? No! It's okay. It's all right. 18. Here we go. We're going to stand on 18. Of course. The double ace. Not bad. Okay. All right. We still have a soft 18. So let's try for one more. Oh my gosh. Okay. We've got a soft 19. Let's see if the engine can actually handle this, because I feel like this is just going to be... This could very well break the engine. I have never drawn 3 aces in a single hand. Let's see how absolutely broken this thing gets. Jerry says 24-hour stream. I got work in the morning. I can't do a 24-hour stream. The odds of winning a blackjack hand with 5 cards is very low. Yeah, that's true. But I've got 3 aces right now. All right, here we go. We got a soft 19. All right, we've got a hard 16. So help me, if this guy wins, if I can't hit him with all 5 of these cards, I'm gonna be mad. Are you kidding me? No. Oh, that was such a good hand. Oh, I could have done so much damage. So for anyone who hasn't noticed, oh, of course, he got a blackjack. For anyone who hasn't noticed, for every card you draw, so you don't do a set amount of damage per attack, you do a set amount of damage per card you have drawn. So basically the idea is, the more cards you draw, the more damage you're going to do, as long as you don't bust. So yeah, so you definitely want to get to the point where you're drawing as many cards as possible, because the more cards you have in your hand, you're going to play, as long as you either don't bust, or so long as the mini boss doesn't draw higher than you, then you do more damage. There we go. I also know it's very janky, this HP bar right now. I was trying to create an effect of it showing you how much damage you're going to do if you attack. It's a little broken, a little janky, doesn't look great. We're gonna get there. We're going to get there. I'm gonna draw high this time, aren't I? It's gonna be a high card. Oh, there we go, 21. Read it and weep, sucker. There we go. Okay, well, he seems very not broken. So that's good. That is good. And there we go. Now we've got our exit opened up here, and we can leave this floor if we want, or we can keep exploring. Actually, I wonder what's going to happen if I leave the room and come back. It better not respawn the monster. Okay, jeez, this freaking slime is just kicking my butt. There we go. Take that. All right, does he get to respawn the mini-boss? Okay, good. Whew, I was worried. I was worried there for a second. As long as you come back with the milk. Don't worry, Control. I will always come back with the milk. I promise. Oh, man. That was a fun devlog to make. Specifically the intro. I had no idea how I was going to actually start that devlog. But I mean, to be fair, when you haven't uploaded anything in 6 weeks, it's kind of hard to know how you're going to make your devlog. And so I figured I'll make a lighthearted joke. Oh, anyway, okay, cool. So the mini-boss is definitely working now. Crap, he's got a soft 20. Not that it really matters. Mine matters, though. I've got a soft 14. All right. Got a hard 12. Blackjack is weird. Got some weird terms. Ooh, there we go. All right. Not bad, not bad. Anyway, yeah, we were in here just to test the mini-boss, but now I'm just like wanting to wander around and fight monsters. It's a good time. And there's not a whole lot of variety on the monster types yet. They are very... I mean, it's slimes. I made 4 different colored slimes, and that's what we've got right now. So eventually there will be more monster types. It's not like this is just all going to be slimes. It's just what we've got right now. So never fear. It's not going to be the same monsters again and again and again. This is a good song, though. I do like it, Axel. Too quiet, though? I don't know. It's hard. It's hard to know if it's too quiet or not quiet enough. Put a lot of work into this one. It definitely shows. It's quite quiet. Okay, all right. I will, let's see. Let's turn this up to 37? A little bit more. Yeah, if anyone is interested in listening to this song, Axel Benedict, who is in chat right now. Oh, wait. Oh, my gosh. There we go. Axel Benedict, who is in chat right now, made this song. So if you're interested in listening to it and any of the other things that he's made, definitely go give him a subscribe, a follow, a like, all that fun stuff. Not posted yet, but will be posted this week. Wait, this song? Oh, that's right. This one isn't. That's right. This is one of the ones that you sent me, huh? Well, it's good. I like it. Night for reals. Exactly. Not posted yet. Let's see. Oops, all slimes for the fruit salad. It is a little bit of a Cap'n Crunch up in here, isn't it? Spawned a dungeon and oops. All slimes. I feel like that could almost be like some kind of anime. Especially with the way that some animes are titled. I entered a dungeon and all there were slimes. I wouldn't be surprised if there's something already kind of like that. 141, 147. I know, Jerry, it's crazy. It's insane. Welcome, everybody. Glad you're here. It's, definitely not numbers we are used to in here, but I'll take it. I will take it. All right. Of course. Bad draw. Ooh, take that, you freaking 18. Go. All right. Well, that's the dungeon. Explored the whole thing. Oh, wait. No, I didn't. Oops. I did not mean to run from this guy. But I won't run from this guy. Ooh, he's got a 20, though. Yeah, maybe it would have been better just to run. Freaking 20 over here. Oh, another 20? Alright, I've got a soft 19. Can we get another ace? Oh! The blackjack gods smile upon me. Okay, that was not scripted. I did not program it to do that. It just gave me another ace because I asked nicely. Actually, I didn't ask nicely at all. I just said, give me another ace. I was not expecting that, though. That was crazy. The amount of luck there. Not bad. Oh, of course. Oh, yeah, that would make sense. Yeah. 2 aces would become a 12. That is true. Well, sucks for you, buddy. Good enough. Okay. No, that's still not the rest of the dungeon. Oh my gosh, I keep missing things. I keep thinking like, okay, that's the end of the dungeon. Nope. Still got this this room over here that you can't see because it's behind the chat. Still got this room over here, right here. This room over here, right here. Now you can see the mouse. Okay. Actually, I'm gonna do this. We're gonna do... I feel like that makes more sense. So when we're test playing, the chat goes behind the test play window. I feel like that makes more sense. You can actually see what's going on the screen better. All right, let's come back down here. I've got to fight this one monster that I accidentally left behind. No monster unkilled. Oh. No monster unkilled. 19. 13, 15, 19. There we go. 8, 14, 17. There we go. And dead. Some good old Oblivion. Who in chat's playing Oblivion right now? Got any Oblivion remastered people up in here? There's gotta be more in the dungeon, right? A few more rooms. I'm close to getting a 5. Not bad. Control says, nah, I replayed the OG last year. I do really like the OG. I mean, I say that, I haven't played the remaster yet. One of these days, when I've got a little bit more time, I will play Oblivion Remastered, but yeah, the OG, I know it's got its bugs, I know it's got its flaws. I really like it. And it's probably because it was like, well, like my favorite Elder Scrolls growing up. My first one was Morrowind. That is a rough one to have be your first Elder Scrolls game. Because it's good. Just as a little kid, you don't really understand it, right? Because like with Morrowind, the way that it does attacks is every time you swing your sword, it basically is doing a dice roll. And if you fail your dice roll, it just misses. But it doesn't really have any indication as to why you missed. And you're like, but I hit him. What the crap? Like, why, how did I miss? Like, I didn't miss. And yeah, and so as a kid, I was just like, this game's just buggy and broken. I hate it. And then it was like years later, I saw my brother playing Oblivion, and I was like, what game is this? And he's like, oh, it's the next Elder Scrolls game. And I'm like, what? He's like, yeah, like Oblivion. And I'm like, Morrowind. And I'm like, Morrowind sucks. And he's like, oh, try this one. And I'm like, holy crap, this is so much better. There's the exit. Okay. Cool. Well, we explored the whole floor. Got all the dice we could. Pretty good haul. And then eventually we will program the door to have you actually be able to walk through and escape. So anyway, that is the basics of what we've got so far, is all of that right there. I know it doesn't look like much, but for being made in RPG Maker, it has been a lot of work. So, oh my goodness!
Welcome Sakai Games and your 4 amazing audience members.
Sakai Games, thank you so much for being here. Thank you for the raid. How's it going? How's everyone doing? Doing all right, I hope. Well, you're just in time for us to refresh the dungeon floor one more time. I think right before the end of the raid, right before the end of the stream. So I apologize for that. But let's see. So wait, is it Soke? Soke Games? Oh, like it's okay. That kind of I think so. Soke Games. Okay, cool. Glad I got it right. Yeah, sorry about that. I actually would have normally been off almost an hour ago. Holy crap. We've got almost an hour over. But yeah, so we're anyway, so yes, we're making a dungeon crawling. Here, I'll just refresh that. We're making a dungeon crawling RPG roguelike game where the floors, randomly generated dungeon crawler type stuff over up in here. And basically the general idea, sorry for everyone over on YouTube that I'm explaining it again, but Yes, so it is a randomly generated dungeon. You are going through, you are collecting D20s that
Thanks
have
for the
magical
follow,
properties.
Sakai Games.
Oh, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that. So the D20s have magical properties. You will be applying them into a spell book to create different spells, and then you will find monsters, and to fight them, you are using Blackjack. So yeah, so long as you
Thanks
have...
for the follow,
oh my goodness.
One Piece Enotry all.
Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that. What is that? One Piece not real. It's true. It's conspiracy. But yeah, so you fight them with Blackjack. The monsters themselves is like loose Blackjack rules. So basically, you draw 2 cards, they draw 2 cards. They only draw 2 cards. That is all they draw. You have the opportunity to draw more than 2 if you haven't drawn over what their value is. And then, yeah, you fight them, and then the cards are linked to your spell book. That's not fully fleshed out yet. It's very early in development. And then on each floor, there's going to be things like there's traps, the monsters, the dice to collect. There will also be other things eventually we'll be adding, but for now, that's basically what we've got in the game. And then you are trying to find the exit to get to the next floor. So I just pulled up the variables right then and there. We're going to go to room 33. Oh, there's some of the traps we were talking about. There we go. And let's get this guy. Also, I know there's been a lot of slimes you've seen. That is not the only monsters that we have in the dungeon, I promise. It's just the only monsters that I have created right now. So there will be more than just slimes in the dungeon. I just need to actually design them. Crap. There we go.
Axel_Benedict cheered 10 bits. Your grave are robbing a living man's tomb via crippling gambling addiction.
It's true. It's true. Well, that's the whole thing, is that you don't know if Versilius is still alive or not. No one has seen him in years, so he might be dead. Or yeah, maybe he's alive and you are robbing his grave while he's still alive. It's possible. It is possible. All right, come on. I just want to get to the mini boss. There we go. Room 33. Okay, we're almost there. 27. We're just gonna run from him. We're just gonna run. Yeah, and then there's also, you got your dice saving throw, your deck saving throw, and then just ignore this Cheeto-looking, weird-looking dude. He was drawn up in basically MS Paint in like 5 seconds. But ignoring him, this would be the example of a mini boss. So basically, with the mini boss, you are playing more actual Blackjack. So, you draw your cards, he draws 2, but you only see 1. And so you'll just kind of draw up to where you feel comfortable, or you bust. Excuse me. There we go. 18, we're going to stand on 18. So he's got 20, of course. All right, 16, one more? I shouldn't have done it. 7, 10, 18, but it's a soft 18. We're going to stand at 18, though. I'm so bad at Blackjack. Oh my gosh. All right, 15. We're not going to stand at 15. All right, we've got a soft 16. Nope, that is a hard 16. Oh. All right. Just because I made the game doesn't mean that I'm actually good at the game. There we go. All right, sheesh. Anyways, yeah, so you play Blackjack against the mini-bosses. There's 1 mini-boss per floor. Once you get him, then the exit to the floor is open, and you'll be able to leave the floor and travel down to the next floor. So that's basically what we have right now. I haven't actually completed the loop to where, like, when you go through the door, that you actually go to the next floor. That was something we were going to be implementing, and then we ran into a couple extra bugs, tried to get those bugs fixed, and now we are an hour past the usual end of the stream. So, yeah. Anyway, so if you are interested in this project at all, if this sounds exciting or interesting, make sure to follow, subscribe, all that fun stuff. And yeah, because we are definitely way past when I would normally end. Yeah, work is going to come early in the morning for me. I've got to be up at 6, and it is 1:30 already. So tomorrow's gonna be rough. I am definitely going to need to grab a couple energy drinks and a little bit of coffee to make it through tomorrow. Anyway, all right, cool. Well, I am actually ending it here because I keep saying that I'm going to end it, and then I don't end it, and then more people show up, and I'm just like, well, I don't want to end it because more people are showing up. but I have to. I am so sorry. But for anyone, again, new here, thank you all so much for being here. I appreciate it. Wait a minute. Control says, are you really a game dev if you aren't hilariously bad at your own game? That's true. That's true. And I am hilariously bad most of the time. For some reason, you guys saw it. I had some pretty good draws. I don't know why. I don't know why the cards were listening to me sometimes, but then other times it was pretty good.
Axel_Benedict cheered 5 bits. 07 Moon Man. We do not apologize for keeping you this long.
I wouldn't expect anyone to apologize. The reason why I haven't left is because I'm just like, I don't know, I'm having a good time just hanging out, chatting with everybody. It's absolutely fantastic. So, yes, but I am going to end here. This is going to be the end of it. So I appreciate everyone for being here. Thank you all so much. I hope you all have a fantastic evening or a great rest of your day or morning, wherever you may be in the world. And yeah, for anyone interested, the next live stream is on Thursday. So same time this one started. So at 8:30 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. And yeah, hope everyone has an absolutely fantastic rest of their days. I will see you all on Thursday. Good luck. Again, if you're interested, subscribe, follow, all that fun stuff. Yeah, and Sequoia Games, I appreciate your raid. Also, Nerdy Punk Dev, I appreciate your raid. Y'all are absolutely fantastic. And then, of course, even though I know it's a little bit of a joke, Axel, I appreciate the bits. Thank you all. Thank you so much for that. And yeah, hope everyone has an absolutely fantastic night. I had a freaking hair in my eye. Okay, I'm gonna go now. Goodbye. Take care. Have fun. I will see you all Thursday. Thank you. Take care. Goodbye.
Axel_Benedict cheered 5 bits. Don't forget to thank our sponsors, Crippling Gambling Addiction, and Thoughts/Prayers. Axel_Benedict cheered 5 bits. Finally, that side character is gone. He was getting way too much screen time.